Recording in progress. Recording in progress.
Okay, everybody has it. I'm unmuted, so everyone, your mic is on. Okay, yeah, I just put it on. Are we mostly here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 2 online, 19. Lyle isn't here.
Oh, it's 6:30.
6:30. We should start.
Would everybody take a seat, please?
They were in the break.
Oh. Okay, good evening, everyone. Councillor Kalis, would you lead us in the pledge? I pledge to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Please be aware that this meeting is both being audio and video recorded. Oops, just poked myself in the eye. And I have to tell you who's here remotely. We have online, we have Councillor Downs and Councillor Noel. Anybody else? Nope, just those two. So the rest of us are here. And our work tonight is to continue on, pardon me? Councillor Wright is not here yet. Our work tonight is to continue on with docket number 3822. And what you should all have on your table is a list of the map and text amendments that we have left to consider. And I've rearranged them in an order that makes some sense, to me anyway. And that's how we'll go through the evening. The first amendments is, oh, yes. Planning and law. I would like to invite planning and law to come and join us. Can we have I'm asking for a vote to.
You can just do it.
Invite.
It doesn't require a vote.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Humphrey. We don't require a vote, so please
Not
come on up.
Yep.
That's right. Next in line.
I think Mr. Heath is in his office, is that correct? Mr. Heath has a COVID in his family, so rather than expose any of us, he's here remotely. So we will begin where we left off, which is the Newtonville proposals of Councillors Lucas and Councillors Norton.
Thank you, President Albright. Do we... Three parcels on Austin Street.
I think. But go ahead, Councillor Lucas.
good to go, Mr. Lamel? All right, thank you. So I have the first amendment of the evening is in Newtonville on Austin Street on the left-hand side, 3 parcels. The request is to amend those 3 parcels to VC2 from VC3. VC3 allows 4.5-story buildings up to 71 feet in height. This is next to 28 Austin Street. 28 Austin Street is, as we all know, is 4 stories high, 48 feet, and to me, it made a little sense to have a building that's 4 stories high, 48 feet, then potentially transition into VC3, which allows buildings 71 feet high, and then into the MRT zone, which is a residential district. It should be relatively the same height as we go into the residential district, which is MRT. So that is why I made the request to go from VC3 to VC2. Also on this stretch of Austin Street, there is no on-street parking. As we all know, we've all been to the Star Market before. It's a very narrow roadway, narrow sidewalks with no on-street parking. So that is the request to go from VC3 to VC2 in this particular stretch of Walnut Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments, questions? Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much. I wonder if planning can remind me, if it's VC3 against MRT, is there a setback as is adjacent, and if it's VC2, does that setback go away? As height, that's, I mean, a height setback, is there a change in height?
In VC3, there is a step down, so it would be the same height as VC2 within 50 feet of an MRT parcel.
And there's, and then it would just, in VC2, it could just be VC2?
Would be the same height, correct.
Okay, thank you. So in those properties, just for someone who may not, I don't know how deep they are, 120 feet maybe or so. So the back half, one's, you know, if you could give me just an indication of where it would be VC2 height, just relatively in that whole quadrangle. Thank you. It could be approximate.
Will you be able to, are you able to share your screen?
So that's 50 feet from the rear lot line. So any building mass that's towards the rear lot line would only be 3.5 stories.
And approximately from the side, because I imagine that back part would probably be left empty anyway for open lot, open space.
That's from the side lot line there.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Kelly and then Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Councillor Lucas, just to clarify the parking situation. You talked about no on-street parking in this section. However, to the best of my knowledge, there is a half-empty municipal parking lot connected with Austin Street, so there is ample public parking in this area. Is that not correct?
Would you like to respond?
Yes, there is the Austin Street parking lot next to those 3 parcels.
I think it's important for people to keep in mind that people park at the Star Market lot illegally, and when Star Market starts enforcing, presumably that would drive people to the municipal lot, and it would be a lot fuller than it is now. So I wouldn't take too much from the fact that there is ample parking in the Austin Street municipal lot at this time.
Are you all set, Councilor Kelly? Councilor Wright?
Thank you. So I actually was at the Starbucks area at 6:30 in the morning, 0 cars. Came by a couple hours later and there's over 50. So I agree with Councilor Norton that once Star Market enforces it, there's going to be a lot going into that parking lot, and also the senior center. One thing I want to point out, the 2 lots, if we're looking up at this map on the left, the first lot to the left is used as a 2-family house, but it's zoned BU, and therefore the VC3 of 71 feet can be set right on the lot line. There is no setbacks. So on the side there, next to a 2-family house, there's no setbacks and the full height can be there. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, I guess we'll just vote on this. Councilor Kelly?
Just a clarification, I just got a text message from someone at home saying they can't hear the staff talking. You got that? Okay, thanks.
Councilor Grossman?
I just wanted to ask the math in terms of the unit change for the proposal.
So just this change would be, trying to see which one this is. Yeah. Well, it was 80 units for all of the Newtonville changes. I think this one is 41 units.
Councilor Lucas?
The memo from planning dated November 9th, just to be sure we're all talking about the same numbers, says reduction of approximately 80 units.
What did you say, how many?
80.
80.
Was that for all 3 Newtonville amendments? Yeah, I think this one.
No.
Okay.
For all 3 lots, not all 3 amendments. It's for those 3 lots there on the left. It says reduction from VC3 to VC2 would result in a unit capacity reduction of approximately 80 units. That's for map amendment 6 on the memo in question.
Oh, but you're speaking into the microphone, yes.
Can everyone hear me? The reduction from VC3 to VC2 would result in a unit capacity reduction of approximately 80 units. That's for map amendment 6 in the memo dated November 9th, 2023.
Okay, I have next Councilor Kalis.
Thank you. I just have a process question. You can reject what I'm about to say, but you know, there is a rezoning package that includes this, and I'm afraid we're probably going to have to we'll just talk about this again. Is there any appetite to talking about this larger package first and then getting to these specific ones? Because I think a lot of them will be covered.
Perhaps that's what Councilor Gentile raised his hand to do? No?
Well, may I?
Please.
So I would be happy to do what Councilor Kalis is suggesting and just explain it. But the reason that I raised my hand is I recently got memos from, I think it was from Mr. Lamel, and this particular amendment was a reduction of 80 units. And then the other amendment that was voted down at one of our previous meetings, the Walnut Street, Austin Street that we discussed, that was 40 units. So on the memo that I sent out, it was 120 total between those two amendments. And then at one time, Council Lucas had a third on Highland Avenue, but it was 0 units were affected. So I just wanted to say that the 80 is the figure that I was given.
Would you like to, as long as Councilor Kalis has raised the issue, do you want to discuss, just go through the points of the memo that you sent us?
I'd be happy to, just to explain it. Some of people have seen it, some have seen an earlier package. This was updated earlier today, and I apologize for not getting out sooner. The first thing I want to explain is that this is an attempt to create a compromise that people, knowing that not everybody is going to like everything in the proposal, but realizing that probably as a city, the more of us that can support a particular outcome, the better off the city will be, which means that we got to trust each other a little bit more than we have, and we got to be willing to all move a little bit more to the middle. So having gotten up on my soapbox for that, let me explain. The first bullet is just pointing out, because other people are looking at this, is this plan is intended to be in full compliance with the MBTA Communities Act, with the highlight being, or the most important point, 8,330 units by right. I've heard people say that we should be careful not to cut that figure too closely. So that second bullet is just explaining that if we were to try and achieve a buffer of 3%, that would be 250 additional units. And if we try to achieve a buffer of 5%, that would be 417 additional units. And then the range follows that, 8580 to 8747. Now, the current proposed plan, at least as I understood it, that came out of ZAP, was for approximately 9,100 units. So I went through West Newton, and the goal in the village center of West Newton, that
Councilor Gentile, you need to ask for more time, so why don't you ask for like 3 minutes or something?
all right, I might need 5 minutes. I'm not going to try and argue these either way. I just want to explain it. So
Yep.
Hopefully 5 minutes will get it. So in West Newton, vote on the, sorry.
Oh, sorry. All those in favor of an additional time, 5 minutes for Councilor Gentile, say aye. 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 Opposed? Go ahead.
So in West Newton, the recommendation is to reduce six basic areas from VC3 to VC2. They're all spelled out, and most of these numbers have been verified by planning, but as recently as today, like in one of these areas, the area was separated and carved out a little bit. So I had to do an estimate on the number of units. And with all of these numbers, let me just clearly acknowledge, they obviously need to be double checked, all right? They need to be double checked. So those are all of the different areas. I try to spell them out so that you could clearly understand where they are. And if at some point we wanted to bring them on the map later, that we could do that. In Newtonville, the recommendation was to support 2 areas to reduce them from VC3 to VC2. We talked about corner of Walnut and Austin last meeting, and we were just talking about the 3 Austin Street lots, and that would be a total of 120 units. Now, the next area is Auburndale. To me, that's the key to this whole thing. At the outset, I personally feel as though Auburndale should be treated like the other villages that are not needed to comply with the act. And I would prefer that it stay that way, but I also realize if we're going to get anywhere as a full council, that Auburndale is extremely important to different people because of the possible impact that it has on the commuter rail project. So the suggestion in Auburndale is a modest overlay district. We're calling it VC1 with the help of planning. VC1 will have the same footprint as VC2. Originally, VC1 was only 4,000 square feet, and it was explained to me by planning that that makes it difficult to really get anything done on that small of a footprint. Secondly, it'll have the same setbacks as a VC2. Where it changes but the properties, I had originally suggested 2.5 stories. Planning says it should be 3 stories and a cap of 45 feet in height. So the suggestion is that all the parcels that are currently proposed as VC3 or VC2 would end up being zoned VC1. That's an additional 250 units. In Newton Highlands, and someone else can, if you have questions, could probably explain this, but I was asked, suggested that one small area, Walnut Street from Center to Floral, be added from VC3 to VC2. And then the only other amendments is based on a conversation that we had, delete the 1-story bonus in VC3, which would solve those of us that have the concern about 5.5-story, 6-story buildings with a bonus. It would remove that. No parking requirements as proposed by zoning and planning. No disrespect, but I believe a councilor or two either are considering offering a a parking requirement. I am saying that, how I use peace and harmony as a goal every now and then. So for peace and harmony, I'm suggesting that we don't try and change what came out as that. And then the last one's going to take some discussion. There's a concern about splitting larger lots and creating a lot more units than were intended. And that's what this last suggestion is addressing. Remove any lot that doesn't count towards MBTA compliance. The lots remain as currently zoned, except the only exception is if the lot is needed to maintain contiguity. So I didn't put this, didn't have this figure, but I did the math. If you add up all the reductions, it's 426 units. If you add back, the 250 in Auburndale, there's a net loss of 176 units. So by right, we would still be a little under 9,000, 8,924 units by right. 8,674 would be what I would call MBTA compliant. Because as you know, the extra units in Auburndale will not be able to count towards the MBTA Communities Act.
Councilor Gentile, you're out of time again.
And I'm done.
Good. Great, thank you very much. So I don't want to talk about all of this now because it would be more orderly to go through this in a step-by-step basis. So for those of you who raised their hands, are you talking about Newtonville or the grand scheme that Councilor Gentile just talked about?
The grand scheme, because the parking issue is what I'm concerned about, and I'd like to have a chance to talk about that when
we will get to it. It's on the list of amendments. We will get to it. I promise you that. Is there, Councilor Rader, you want to talk about Newtonville or the grand scheme? Because I really would rather do this point by point.
I fully agree with you, Madam President, that we do this point by point, but I would like to talk I'm sorry. I would like to talk for just a moment about the grand scheme and then talk about the Newtonville portion, if that's okay with you.
Okay.
So, colleagues, we've had a difficult number of weeks, maybe months or more, in this council. I want to give a tremendous amount of credit to both my colleague, Councilor Gentile, and to the President Albright, and our planning department for taking the initiative over the last few days to try to come together and work through something that will, by definition, is not going to make everybody 100% happy. That's the definition of compromise in my world. I see that all the time. I represent lots of people who go through that process. They're never happy right away. They tend to be much happier with the outcome in the days and weeks and months that follow. I personally think it would be horrendous for this city to have to go through any kind of referendum on our vote, regardless of the outcome of that referendum. I want to be crystal clear on that. Regardless of the outcome of that referendum, it would be bad for this city. And I think collectively, all 24 of us have an opportunity to come together to comply, not just comply, but exceed the requirements of the MBTA Communities Act, so there'll be no question that we have done our job. We've heard and listened to the concerns expressed by our state officials, by Congressman Auchincloss, our former colleague, about the need to show something for Auburndale. That's in here. And I would urge us as a group to set aside our differences on the little piece in Newtonville here and the little piece in West Newton there, and try to come together as a collective whole. So I would hope that we pass 24-0, this proposal. And if we do that, I think we are sending out a very strong, clear message to an array of constituencies. Obviously the state, because the state expects compliance by the end of the year, will do it. To our residents who understand that we are trying to do our best to work together. And frankly, I think it's going to help bring this council together too. And we will have more work to do going forward on an array of issues. But I think we need to get that done now. And that means each and every one of us is going to have to compromise a little bit on things we like or don't like. So speaking to Newtonville, Madam President, I would urge us to adopt the two proposals that Councilor Lucas has raised. I think the third one is withdrawn, if I'm not mistaken, in the spirit of trying to move forward. Obviously, we're not going to get there until we've done everything together, but I'd really urge us to go that route. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Norton, did you want to speak?
I did want to speak on the overall broad, and also because I didn't, I was sorry to miss the beginning of our November 15th meeting. I was at a funeral because I did have some remarks I'd wanted to make then. So I'm going to make some of those now, and hopefully some of them might be duplicative, but I think some of them are not. So back in the spring, I had suggested to the mayor and several of our colleagues that I appreciated all the time that the Zoning and Planning Committee had put into the Village Center rezoning, but in light of the passage of the MBTA Communities Law, I thought we should pivot and focus on complying with the law and come back to additional rezoning another time. I thought we should do that for two reasons. One, because the law requires us to rezone for a lot more housing, 25% more capacity. I felt like Newton could do that and feel good about doing our part to address the regional housing shortage. And the second reason I thought we should just focus on compliance is that, as my colleague from Ward 7 referenced, our residents may not want us to go beyond the law. In fact, who knows if they'll even support complying with the law, so why push it? After all, our charter gives voters the opportunity to collect signatures and put a zoning vote to a referendum. And I do not think that that would be a good look for our city. It would be divisive, regardless of what the final vote on it would be, and especially if a referendum was successful, well, then what? Would we even be in compliance with the state law if the city council had taken the right action, but our residents had reversed it? I don't want to have to find that out. So to me, just complying with the MBTA communities law and not going significantly beyond it would be a win. It would be a housing vote without a lot of turmoil and fighting, which we've seen so much over the last few years. Whether you want a lot more housing or a more moderate amount of housing, we would all be able to come together and vote to approve the 8330, be in compliance, call it a day. But instead, as we know, we kept moving ahead with the VCOD plus the MBTA, and on election day, we saw how that went. So I believe the message that we heard was pretty firmly in favor of compliance only and not doing the full VCOD. I think it's interesting and important, including, hopefully if the Boston Globe is watching, none of the candidates for city council ran on a platform of disobeying the law. We are seeing that approach elsewhere in other communities, Milton, Middleborough, maybe some other communities, particularly town meeting communities. But here in Newton, everyone in leadership supports at least complying with the law. And the law requires zoning for a lot more by right housing. 25% is a lot. And to those who say, well, it won't all be built, maybe it will, maybe it won't, but the law was written by the leading housing advocates in our state. And certainly their intention was that it lead to a lot more housing. So I actually do assume it will be effective in getting more housing built. So tonight, I hope that we will move forward with a package that adheres to the basic outlines of the MBTA communities law, so that which this package would do, so that we comply with the law, but in a way that does not anger our residents so much that they move ahead with a referendum. Not to mention, if there were a referendum, we know the Boston Globe and elsewhere likes nothing more than to pick on Newton, so let's not give them more material to work with. I also want to comment on Auburndale.
Councillor Norton, you need to ask for more time.
Can I have more time, please? 3 more minutes.
Councillor Norton has asked for 3 more minutes. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Thank you. We know that several hours before our meeting on November 15th, we received letters from various leaders asking us to include Auburndale in our rezoning vote, even though it is not necessary to include Auburndale in order to comply with the MBTA communities law. For the reasons I just gave, I think the most politically prudent thing would be to leave it out. Anything that antagonizes our voters is not a good idea. But if we do decide to move forward with upzoning Auburndale, and I think it's a big deal that our Ward 4 colleague wants to do that, I would urge us to do it in such a way that we find other areas to make adjustments to, as this package does, so the overall package is not a lot more than what we are required to do. And in terms of the content of the letters that we received from federal and state officials with their vague threats that we won't get our commuter rail funding if we don't include Auburndale, I will just make a few observations. In my 10+ years of advocacy for upgrades to our commuter rail stops, I have never heard anyone say that funding for those stops is contingent on upzoning the village of Auburndale. And I've done a lot of advocacy. I organized a forum at the Newton Library in August 2019 with speakers from Transit Matters. I've spoken at MassDOT board meetings. I've met with the Secretary of Transportation along with the mayor and other councilors, both here in City Hall and in Boston. I've had one-on-one calls with high-level people at MassDOT. When the new Secretary of Transportation was announced last week, I texted her a congratulations and invited her to come visit our commuter rail stops so she can see for herself what a disaster they are in terms of not being accessible, being open to the elements, etc. So I have done a lot of advocacy, and I've never heard this link with Auburndale. Those letters that we got from federal and state leaders, they were requested, they were not independently offered up. I have a wider point to make about our advocacy strategy, and that is, if we want the funding for our Newton commuter rail stops, stop talking about them being so important for Newton. Here's a little secret. No one cares about Newton. Out of 351 cities and towns, state leaders, when they are deciding who to allocate scarce dollars to, are not going to be falling all over themselves to throw money at a community considered wealthy. If we want that $175 million, we need to be pointing out to our friends in the state legislature and the federal government that adding double platforms to the Newton stops is not just about Newton. It's about Framingham and Ashland, where the Senate president lives. and Southborough, and Worcester, and all of the surrounding communities, and about the communities farther west if we move forward with east-west rail. Why? Because when there is only one platform, which is what we have in Newtonville, West Newton, and Auburndale, that means trains have to switch back and forth along the track, which limits the service you can run, but you cannot have a train stop and people get off and have to cross the tracks to get off, and then they have another train coming and running them over. So my plea to all of us, do not talk about upgrading the Newton commuter rail stops. Let's call them the Ashland Regional Rail stops. The 10,000 people in Newton who can use our stops are not important beyond our borders. The 2 million people living west of Boston who could conceivably benefit from more frequent rail service, whether you take the rail or you just have more.
Councilor Norton, you need to ask for
30
more time.
seconds. I hardly
Councilor
ever
Norton
talk.
would like an additional 30 seconds. All those in favor say aye.
The 2 million people living west of Boston who could conceivably benefit from more frequent rail service, whether they're taking it or whether the Mass Pike is open for them because other people are taking it, that is how we get people's attention. Ashland Regional Rail. So, to recap, comply with MBTA, avoid a referendum, funding for the commuter rail upgrades that help 2 million people, not just us. That is the picture that I hope we can paint with our vote tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilor Baker?
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate the comments on the global policy by my colleagues. I want to come back to Newtonville and the proposal. I think it's important to take these individually. We had voted on some other items before this package was generated, and I applaud my colleague for proposing it. But I am concerned specifically about parking, for example, because Brookline has passed an MBTA-compliant project with a parking requirement for residential, and I think that some of those guidance will be useful for us to consider. As far as the specifics, I thought that Councilor Lucas made an important point that this would be an appropriate step down in that context. Now, it is a cost, as I understand it, of 80 units. Is that still agreed as the number at that point?
Yes.
Okay. But it does seem to me that in terms of managing the scale, that what he's attempting to do has merit, and I would support the amendment. But I do hope we can take these individually, notwithstanding that have been the thought that's gone into a package, because I think there are other elements that we need to think through. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's see, I had Councilor Greenberg, did you want to speak?
Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank Councilor Gentile for his attempt at proposing some peace and harmony within the council and within our city. I just saw his package today at 4:00 p.m. I work all day. I wasn't able to review it. I have no idea what is being proposed here, and I just cannot support this at this point because I have not reviewed it and don't really understand it. He's proposing a VC1, which has never been discussed in this regard. I often hear other councilors upset about receiving this type of information less than 24 hours before they're being discussed, so I cannot support this. I also appreciate Councilor Laredo's attempt at compromise and bringing the council and the city together. I wish Councilor Gentile and Councilor Laredo were more vocal over the past couple of years to bring the city and council together. We could have used their voice in city discussions when we were discussing zoning redesign in each of our wards. Unfortunately, it's a shame that the political discourse surrounding zoning redesign devolved into fear-mongering, misinformation, bullying, slander, and intimidation. And it was disheartening that some of my colleagues have aligned themselves with this behavior, resulting in the loss of civil discourse and a high level of polarization. I naively thought that in Newton we were better than the toxic political culture that exists at the federal level. I was wrong, because these Trump-like tactics succeeded in convincing many voters that the plan was too broad and inappropriate, despite the many reasonable reasonable compromises and modifications that were made. So at this point, my goal is to ensure that we do all that we all do what we know is the right thing to do by at least voting for the original MBTA requirement villages, including Auburndale, and continue the work of redesigning our zoning in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, I have also, Councilor Kalis, did you want to speak?
Yes. Thank you. So the reason I suggested bringing this up is because I thought it was important that the full council understood that compromise has been proposed, and that the way to get to the end zone here is to compromise. I do agree with what Councilor Laredo talked about. I agree that we have to come together, and walking out of here, probably nobody's going to be happy. And that is compromise, as he said. But as we go through, and if we go through one by one, that's fine. It's easier for me personally to go through the whole package because I can see, what we're giving and what we're taking. But if we go through it one by one, I think it's critical that each of us understand that others on the council are willing to compromise here, are willing to add in Auburndale, and we think about that as we're making our votes one by one.
Thank you very much. Councilor Crossley?
Well, I'm really glad we're sticking to the recommendations of our president to go one by one through the list. On that note, I'll begin by saying I don't have any problem with the first recommendation, the first amendment that Councilor Lucas has made to those particular sites. And for exactly the same, I don't think it's about parking at all, for exactly the same reasons that Councilor Baker mentioned. There's a matter of scale, and if we want to be stepping down to a neighborhood, this would be a place where that could be appropriate. We're not requiring retail on the ground floor of these buildings, and so our economic feasibility is not at risk. So I will support this particular amendment. However, as a package, I want to make a couple of points because I continue to hear from people misrepresentation of what these numbers mean. And so I feel as though I need to say again, unit capacity does not equal units. They're not real units. And we should never say that what the state is asking us to do is build more units, that they're asking us to build 25% more units. We are a developed community. We are talking about redevelopment. So there's a lot that exists on the ground. The unit capacity numbers dramatically overcount what real potential units could even possibly physically be, for a number of reasons that have been made crystal clear over the couple of years we've had the regulatory framework for MBTA communities. We know that they use very small unit sizes. We know that they do not subtract whatever exists on the ground from what could be newly built. We know that they do not acknowledge when there's a new building, and if you have a unit capacity of 100 units where there's a new building like Austin Street or Trio, doesn't matter, you're not going to get those units. And there's a whole host of other reasons. So I understand what's happened in the community. I'm not going to be as eloquent as my colleague from Ward 1 in expressing her displeasure at how we are proceeding right now. Compromise is important. We have spent hundreds and hundreds of hours in our committee going village by village and parcel by parcel several times over, several different versions of this plan. Our goal has been from the get-go to try to do what's right for Newton and what's right for each village, and then use a portion of this to satisfy the new law. So I think that's all I'll say at the moment, but the amendment, the first amendment that's proposed this evening is fine with me.
Thank you. If there's no Counselor Gentile on the, oh, Counselor Gentile, let me have Counselor Leary speak first.
Thank you, Madam President. I wasn't sure if I was going to speak, but everyone's been making such nice speeches this evening. I want to continue with the peace and harmony. I just want to say I am willing to compromise, but I think we've compromised quite a bit already. I look forward to going piece by piece over it. I am not happy with the suggestion around Auburndale that Councilor Gentile has brought forth. I think that there's too many opportunities lost there. Again, I won't repeat what Councilor Crossley said, but I also wasn't so concerned about those numbers, which are essentially really meaningless to me. I was looking at all these months and years we spent discussing village center zoning over the last 3 years. I really looked closely at what was best for each village, keeping in mind we have both a housing crisis and a climate crisis. And a little bit more density goes a long way in helping solving those issues, along with other important economic issues, and much more efficient buildings and fewer people relying on cars. I know you guys all know this. I just am making that as a reminder of how I'm thinking, what's actually going to get built. Things that aren't going to get built, you know, some of those are beautiful architecture in West Newton. there's not going to be change there. However, there are areas like Border Street, which is not on the proposed zoning, that I think is a good opportunity. I'd be willing to compromise. I'd even be willing to compromise perhaps on the parking as well in the residential areas. So I'm open to it. I want to get something done. I'd love to get a 24-0 vote in favor as well. Councilor Laredo, I appreciate that. I appreciate both you and Councilor Gentile working to bring us together. And I'll work with you as much as I can, but I do have some fundamental principles that guide me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Gentile.
Quickly, I just wanted to comment that I appreciate what Councilor Greenberg...
Councilor Gentile, you need more time. You're up.
1 minute.
Councilor Gentile needs a minute. All those in favor say aye. Go ahead.
Am I going to need more time every time I
Well,
stand
you've already
up?
spoken for 8 minutes.
All right.
So yes.
All right, I'll try to use my other time wisely. I just wanted to say, I understand what Councilor Greenberg is saying about receiving this today. And I by no means am suggesting or pushing that we vote on any package, final package tonight, because I know that people have questions and they're going to need time. And I expected that the earliest that we would vote on hopefully a final plan would be Monday. So I understand what you're saying. I agree with you. I wish I could have gotten it to you sooner, but I'm not pushing a vote tonight.
Thank you. And I will start fresh, Councilor Gentile, with each item that we take up. So you won't have to ask for more time. Okay, I think we're ready to vote on this one. This is on the Austin Street lots in Newtonville.
Councilor Baker.
Aye.
Councilor Bowman.
No.
Councilor Crossley.
Aye.
Councilor Danberg.
No.
Councilor Downs.
Aye.
Councilor Gentile. Councilor Greenberg.
No.
Councilor Grossman.
Aye.
Councilor Humphrey.
No.
Councilor Kalis.
Aye.
Councilor Kelly.
No.
Councilor Krinsman.
Aye.
Councilor Laredo.
Aye.
Councilor Leary.
Aye.
Councilor Lipoff.
Aye.
Councilor Lucas.
Aye.
Councilor Maliki.
Aye.
Councilor Markowitz.
Aye.
Councilor Noel.
No.
Councilor Norton.
Aye.
Councilor Oliver.
Aye.
Councilor Ryan.
No.
Councilor Wright.
Aye.
President Albright.
Aye.
Motion carries 17 yeas, 7 nays.
Okay. Next one, Councilor Lucas and Councilor Norton, is corner of Walnut and Austin. Well, just to be clear,
No.
the Highland one has been withdrawn. Is that correct?
No, it has not been withdrawn.
Oh, okay. Then that is the next one.
Just to, we voted one on Walnut, is that correct? We denied one amendment before, is that correct?
We did. We did. And
So this is, I just want to be clear what we're being asked to talk about.
so
Okay.
as I understand it, even though we voted it, Councilor Gentile is making that motion again.
In all for respect, Madam President, I think that we
Yes.
should go through in the order and not reconsider items each time, because we've gone through this process. And I would like to see us finish the items we have, and if we want to reconsider any we're done, I would be glad to entertain that. But it seems to me inappropriate to start re-voting items we've discussed without having a chance to talk about the ones we haven't discussed.
Why is it back there? Okay, I'm sorry.
So while you were talking, I was trying to say that I think it's inappropriate to go into matters we've already decided without having a chance to go through the others. I withdrew a parking item in deference to colleagues who wanted to go site by site because I wanted to see the impact of that and whether there would be room ready for that. I'm not interested in going back over items we've already voted until we get through the items we haven't.
Absolutely fair, and the clerk's office just reminded me that this item is put back later with Councilor Gentile's package, so it will come up again later.
At some point, there'd be a motion to reconsider, which we could do in the committee, in the council, but I do think as a matter of process, we have to go through what we haven't discussed.
Yes.
Do it in an orderly way. I'd like to have a chance to talk about parking issue. All the talk about
We're
compromise
gonna get
is
there. I
fine, but
promise you, Councilor
I
Bacon.
want to decide things.
So this is the new one that you have. This is the Highland Street one in Newtonville.
So this is, I don't know if I want to use the word new or old, but this amendment, 19 Highland Ave.
It's new to this discussion in the council.
It has never been discussed on the full council, and I submitted this amendment back in, I think, late October or early November. I don't know when you guys got the original email, but it was in the memo dated November 9th from planning, where they give their analysis on it. And I'll wait for
Yeah, go ahead.
So the amendment is 19 Highland Ave. We have not voted on this amendment on the full council, and the amendment is to go from VC3 to VC2. This is the property that is the Swedenborg Church. This project abuts two other VC2 properties. The church, so everyone knows, is landmarked, but the parish house behind it is not. And the rationale from going from VC3 to VC2 was that it currently abuts two other VC2 properties, but also across the street is New Cal. New Cal, the height of that development is 54 feet, 10 inches high. And I think that's right in line with the VC2 maximum building height. I think it's 54 feet, but someone correct me if I'm wrong on that one, but I think it's in the same ballpark. So that is the amendment that is before us, VC3, VC2, 19 Highland Ave.
Thank you. Councilor Humphrey?
Thank you. So I know we've been talking a lot about various church and former church properties around the city, and it's certainly an issue that I've been particularly interested in. But I would note that because the church building itself is landmarked, we're not anticipating that part of it being redeveloped. So it's a question of the rest of the property, its redevelopment potential, as well as uses by right on the existing property with the existing buildings. That's something I don't want us to lose sight of as well when we're considering which particular designation, because in order to maintain these historic landmark buildings, it is often a very expensive endeavor. We want to give these property owners maximum flexibility to be able to do that by allowing them a flexibility of use and also allowing them an appropriate, flexible redevelopment potential for other parts of the site that are not historically significant, which would still be subject to review at the Historic Commission. That's something that happens when you have a multi-building property like that, is that there's a standard of review at different levels for different buildings on the same property. So if something were to be developed, it would still have to go through an appropriateness review, just as many other parcels with similar situations are subject to or would be subject to as they continue to be added. And I do hope we add more local landmarks around the city because I think that's important. But I would just caution, which was the same discussion that we had when this came through Zoning and Planning Committee, that we don't want to take away potential land uses by changing designations from these historic properties, and we don't want to make it economically inviable to maintain these landmark properties by changing the economics of a particular site. So I'm not particularly inclined to downzone this property, and I think we should be careful about that in general with a lot of these historic properties, especially the churches and former churches. Thank you.
Councilor Leary.
Thank you, Madam President. Councilor Humphreys was quite eloquent. I won't repeat what he said. I agree with it. And I believe Councilor Bowman made some very similar remarks regarding West Newton properties and made a very good argument of how it is important for these places of worship to stay in our community in whatever form. So although I did support Councilor Lucas's last item, I won't be supporting this one for that reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Laredo, did you want to speak?
I'll be very brief on this one. It seems to me a reasonable request, number one. Number two, there's absolutely nothing to prevent us at some later date, if there's a compelling reason for something, to upzone something. It's much easier to upzone rather than downzone. Third, if there really is going to be a development here and there needs to be something different, there's always a special permit process. No one's precluded from developing and at all. And it seems to me quite a reasonable request. It's a single parcel of land. It's part of a historic property. It seems to me a request that one of our Ward 2 or two of our Ward 2 councilors are asking for, and I certainly would be supportive of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Bowman.
Thank you. One of the points the Councilor Lucas spoke about why he supported moving this down is because of its relationship to the Newton Senior Center. I would argue that this would be a reason why we should be promoting as much housing there as possible. You know, the opportunity is to provide more housing for seniors to live immediately adjacent to what will no doubt be an amazing public resource. Is a reason I'd like to see more here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Humphrey, did you want to add something? Okay.
Thank you. Just briefly to respond to Councilor Laredo's point about special permits. Again, I'll just say from the experience of my father being very heavily involved in the operations of a different church, whenever the churches have to come and get a special permit, that is not as easy for them as it may be for some people to do, especially if they are very struggling churches. There are some churches and church groups and entities in this community that are down to about 10 people in them, right? It is a time-consuming and expensive process to go through a special permit request, and I'm not just talking about special permit requests for actual redevelopment of parcels. It also affects the uses, the use tables and things like that, right? It should be easy for a property to maintain itself, a property owner to maintain its historic property by, bringing in a daycare or some type of a school use or something like that, there's use types, there's parking requirements, there's all these other things attached to this that also come into play in terms of by right versus special permit, and I think we shouldn't lose sight of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Noel.
Thank you. I want to apologize to not be in the chamber tonight. I'm battling a cold, and this is an important meeting. I just want to say I observed the opening remarks, and I was getting warm fuzzies inside that we were going to work together. And first item out of the gate, I think there was a very comprehensive and understandable reason why we should remain a VC3, and all, and there was no compromise among our colleagues. So we're either going to compromise, and we're going to work together, and we're going to listen to each other, or we're not. But let's not pretend we're compromising if we're not. There's nothing easy about upzoning anything. And we know how the next council campaigned. There's not going to be a lot of upzoning in the next 2 years. So let's not pretend that it's going to be easy to upzone something if it doesn't work out. This is a very important, we got one shot at this to make it right. It's not going to be easy in the next 2 years to fix any of this. So I was believing the good feelings were coming through the screen. I was like, wow, I wish I was there tonight. It looks like we're going to hold hands and sing. And turns out we're not. So we're either going to compromise or we're not. But don't pretend it's going to be easy to change this in the next term. It's not.
Thank you. Councilor Baker.
I just want to clarify that, to my understanding, this particular amendment does not affect the count. Is that correct? So
That's correct. This parcel would require a special permit due to the size.
So that element is not an issue. I think the other question that I would ask, just as clarification perhaps from the maker, there's a question of the relative scale. And again, that's an issue that is influential with me. I understand that a greater structure will allow more development opportunity, and the argument's been made by colleagues that that would benefit the church. But I'm interested in just how the resulting structure would fit with the other. And if either the planning department or the maker of the motion can clarify that, or that someone, a colleague, I would be grateful. Thank you.
Well, I can help perhaps. The parish house in the back of the property is not landmarked.
If scale versus the building in front, and the building that could be built on VC3 versus VC2.
Okay, does planning want to comment on that? And then Councilor Bowman.
I don't know the exact height of the church, however, would just reiterate that this entire property is landmarked, so the Historical Commission will have purview over any new buildings, and that is something they will take into consideration.
You all set, Councilor Baker?
You don't know the relative heights that each, the VC2 would be at least a story shorter, is that correct?
Yes, the VC2 is a story shorter than VC3, is that what you're asking?
I understand that, but I'm trying to figure out the relative difference in height that could be built on the site as being proposed, right? As the committee report is done, it's 55 feet or is higher versus 45. What is the differential? And perhaps Councilor Crosley can say if she knows.
So the zoning for VC3 allows for a maximum building height in the 70-foot range, and for VC2 it's 12 feet less than that, so 58. Mm-hmm.
And just to add to that, those are maximum heights that are assuming a bit taller floor to floor to allow for commercial uses. You will see lower heights if you're getting a residential or mixed-use building.
I think you said 50, 77. I just couldn't hear you clearly, Mr. Milano.
Sorry. It's basically a difference of 12 feet between the two, 70 feet or 58 feet.
Okay, thank you.
Plus minus.
Councilor Bowman, did you want to speak? Okay. Councilor Crosley.
Just quickly, thank you. We are getting into the weeds as though we're looking at a particular project, but I understand the concern, the relative scale relative to the church. But again, I think as Ms. Kyra has said a couple times, what I'm going to try and say it more emphatically. The Newton Historic District Commission has jurisdiction over this. I have seen them, depending on who's serving on the commission, limit the height of adjacent structures on a parcel if they feel it's not, whatever is being proposed is not compatible or somehow detracts from the historic structure. I think, this is a property that is up to them. So I think by leaving it as a VC3 zone, we're giving the property options, but there's still a process they're going to have to go through.
Thank you. Counselor Lucas, did you want to speak? Okay.
Thank you. I just want to follow up on some of the comments that I heard. This property is landmarked, and I know what Councilor Humphrey was saying, that we need to give greater flexibility to those church buildings, even though it's no longer being used as a church. The property has been sold, but nevertheless, the chapel, the church, is landmarked. And we have other buildings that are landmarked that are VC2. I'm thinking of the strong block on Wabb and Beacon Street, Green Line, literally right across the street. That's VC2. Newton Highlands, Women's Club on Columbus Street, VC2. This is also landmarked. That's why, another reason why I want to make it VC2. And with that, I would like to call the question.
Okay, we're calling the question unless there's objection. Okay, let's call the roll.
Counselor Baker.
Aye.
Counselor Bowman.
No.
Counselor Crosley.
No.
Counselor Danberg.
No.
Counselor Downs.
No.
Counselor Gentile.
Aye.
Counselor Greenberg.
No.
Counselor Grossman.
No.
Counselor Humphrey.
No.
Counselor Kalis.
No.
Counselor Kelly.
No.
Counselor Krinsman.
No.
Counselor Laredo.
Aye.
Counselor Leary.
No.
Counselor Lipoff.
No.
Counselor Lucas.
Aye.
Counselor Maliki.
Aye.
Counselor Markowitz.
Aye.
Counselor Noel.
No.
Counselor Norton.
Aye.
Counselor Oliver.
Aye.
Counselor Ryan.
No.
Counselor Wright.
Aye.
President Albright.
No.
Motion fails. 9 yeas, 15 nays.
Okay, so that takes care of this part of the Newtonville evening. And next, I would like to move to Councilor Wright for your amendment that would remove certain villages from the VCOD.
As we,
Could you hold 1 minute, Councilor Markowitz, yes?
Thank you, Madam President. This is just a holdover question from the past, and it's to planning through you. The max height of 70 feet that you alluded to, Mr. Lamel, does that include mechanicals? Or how do we deal with, how do we address mechanicals? On a tall building, you could have, air conditioning units, all that type of stuff. So how is that accounted? Just a refresher. I should know this, but I forgot. So.
Sure, so generally we're following along with the existing zoning ordinance, and there are certain mechanicals that are exempt. Others would be counted, but we're, in a sense, just treating it the same way it is today.
Yeah, if I could just add, so in the height measurement, it's the same as it is today, but there's additional requirements for screening that are in the village center zoning.
Now, sorry, Councilor Wright, please go ahead.
thank you, President Albright. In an effort to distinguish Newton's compliance with the state law from any additional rezoning efforts, I have a motion to sever the villages that do not contribute to Newton's compliance with the MBTA Communities Act, except for Auburndale. So these are non-MBTA villages. They're more than a half mile from any transit. That is Newton Lower Falls, Newton Upper Falls, Thompsonville, Four Corners, Newton Corner, Nonantum. And the reasons why is, one, we need to zone for 8,330 units by the end of this month. We don't have to zone for the other 7 villages at this time. I want to point out we're not anti-development, that we want to zone for the state mandate of 8,330 units, and even more if we have a workable plan in place. These villages are not near transit and should be reviewed for additional parking requirements. We don't know the effect of all this zoning capacity on the city. Over 2,500 units, including 90% outside the village centers, have been approved or about to be approved and not yet built. This is beyond the 8,330. There are hundreds of more units lining up for approval too. This is 3 times more housing in the last 4 years compared to the previous decade. The state doesn't expect all this housing will be built, but Newton is producing multifamily housing at a fast pace comparatively.
So,
Oh, one more thing. So if it doesn't get pulled out, I do have more amendments I want to introduce if it does not get it pulled out at this time.
if these villages don't get pulled out. So you're talking about Auburndale, Newton, Lower Falls?
No,
Newton-
not Auburndale.
Not Auburndale. Okay.
We can talk about Auburndale separate. This
Yep.
is just.
We will talk
those.
about Auburndale later.
Okay.
Okay, any comments?
Oh, sorry.
Counselor Baker?
So thank you, Madam President. I thought this is affect the straw vote we took at the very beginning, as I understood it, correct?
Yes.
Which is whether to have the package include all of the recommendations of the Zoning and Planning Committee, or we cut back and leaving Auburndale aside to the village centers and the MBTA compliance. So is this the moment we're going to now decide that question? That's what
This
I'm
is the
trying to
moment.
make clear.
This is the moment.
Yes, all right. That's fine. I just want to be clear that that's what you talked about earlier, and now it's before us
Right.
whether in fact to do that. Thank you.
Right. Are we ready to vote then? Anybody here? Counselor
I have my
Downs.
hand up.
Counselor Downs.
Thank you, Madam President and colleagues. I apologize for not being able to be in person tonight. It is just a very complicated personal situation. I have a question on MBTA compliance and Auburndale that I'd like to get cleared up now, if I may. If I can pose a question to planning.
So Counselor
through the
Downs,
President.
Counselor Downs, would you mind waiting until we discuss Auburndale before we get to that? And I promise you, I'll call on you to ask your question. Auburndale is
Okay.
not involved in this particular motion.
All right.
Okay?
Fair enough.
Okay. Counselor Leary?
Just to be clear for everybody and members of the public, the vote is on removing Newton Lower Falls, Newton Upper Falls, Thompsonville, Four Corners, Newton Corner, and Nonantum.
Yes,
Correct?
that is correct. Okay, I think we can call the roll.
Counselor Baker?
Aye.
Counselor Bowman?
No.
Counselor Crosley?
No.
Counselor Danberg?
No.
Counselor Downs?
Aye.
Counselor Gentile?
Aye.
Counselor Greenberg?
Aye.
Counselor Grossman?
Aye.
Counselor Humphrey?
Aye.
Counselor Kalis?
Aye.
Counselor Kelly?
Aye.
Counselor Krinsman?
Aye.
Counselor Laredo?
Aye.
Counselor Leary?
Aye.
Counselor Lipoff?
Aye.
Counselor Lucas?
Aye.
Counselor Maliki?
Aye.
Counselor Markowitz?
Aye.
Counselor Noel?
No.
Counselor Norton?
Aye.
Counselor Oliver?
Aye.
Counselor Ryan?
No.
Counselor Wright?
Aye.
President Albright?
Aye.
Motion carries 19 yeas, 5 nays.
Thank you very much. Counselor Wright, you're up again. This is your motion to remove lots that don't count towards MBTA.
Thank you. So the amendment here is to remove in the other villages, any lot that doesn't count towards the MBTA compliance. And this also is also, though, we're going to talk about Auburndale separately. So what this is talking about mainly is, first of all, none of these lots are needed to make the compliance. And it's basically the special permit lots over 30,000 square feet. If we don't remove the 30,000 square feet, we add an additional capacity in those villages that we're discussing now, between 4,000 and 6,000 extra units in the MBTA villages by ANR, approval not required. It's an administrative change which developers have said that they will do this to optimize their developments. If we add those numbers, if we don't do this, we're back up to 13,000 to 15,000 units of capacity, not full build, or it's a full build out, but it's not going to happen at that point. Something the voters told us loud and clear they do not want. This is the reason why we either have to remove the 30,000 square foot lots out of zoning and just leave the underlying zoning. They can still do a special permit, they can go for MU4, they can do whatever, but they won't be able to do it by right, or don't allow subdivision without a special permit. Developers can still use special permits, like I said, or change the zoning to still build. It's not stopping them from building. Developers have said they will jockey the lot lines so they'll have the most favorable lot for by right development. And again, it's an ANR, just a simple paperwork procedure and no oversight by the city council. This is kind of defeating the whole idea that these large lots will be special permit. These will probably be the first lots to be rezoned. To give you some reference, Trio is about 45 units per acre with a huge parking lot and was allowed by special permit. Dunstan East, a 40B, is 89 units per acre with open space in the middle, along the side, and Cheesecake Brook, and even a street with parking on the lot with between 3 to 5 stories. The proposed zoning with no FAR requirement will probably cover almost the whole lot except for a small setback in the rear, and will have up to 3.5 FAR for VC2 and up to 4.5 FAR for VC3, compared to MU4 FAR of 2 or 2.5. I expect that developers will build around 100 to 125 units per acre. Worst case is 175. I used in my calculations here the density of Dunstan East with some open space. From the land-wise fiscal analysis in 2022 in Newton Center, on special permits, it was stated a 3-story and a 4-story buildings were borderline feasible using 1.25 parking ratio and a 1.21 and a 1.74 FAR. Landwise further stated, parking requirements are the biggest limitation on building size. The analysis used 1.25 parking ratio and we're allowing none. Hopefully they will build at least 0.5 parking ratio, less than half used in the calculations. They further stated projects with an FAR between 1 and 1.3 are borderline feasible. We're looking at 3.5 to 4.5. These projects will be feasible. And so I think these will be done. So using the 8,900.
Councilor Wright, you need to ask for more time.
2 more minutes, please.
Councilor Wright would like 2 more minutes. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Please go ahead.
Okay. So using 89 units, which is Dunstan East, per acre, this will be additional 4,100 units, a 50% increase. Using 125 units per acre, that's 5,800, almost 6,000. So I think that's about it. We only need to zone for 8330, and I'd like to close this large loophole for developers. We've put it down that they need a special permit for these lots, but they have a huge loophole. They can just A&R and get it down below those limits and then develop by right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Point of order, Madam President.
Yes.
So what Councilor Wright just went over, I have no way of knowing what is fact and whether or not what she's stating is actually accurate. It sounds like committee work. There's no visuals. there's no proof of concept. I don't understand how we're supposed to respond to that. And I'm sure the general public's watching, you know, thinking it's science, and who even knows what it all means? We have no visuals. It's committee work. How are we supposed to respond to that?
I think Councilor Lipoff seems to think he can help us.
I agree with your sentiment, Councilor Noel, and that's why I would like to hear, it's a very big statement, and I'd like to hear from planning as to handicapping that in the reality of all that was just said.
Sure, thank you. So we have not run the model for over 30,000 square foot lots. However, I would like to say that applying a density of other large projects, very, very large projects, Dunstan East in particular, even looking at Trio, and applying it to smaller sites does not work. So you're saying the density is lower for a place like Dunstan East. They have roads, they have big open spaces, because there are 300 units spread across, quite a large site. What we're talking about, if you're coming in under a special permit, we're talking about less than 3/4 of an acre. The Trio site is 4 times that. So yes, it does have a large parking lot. That does bring its density down. When you're applying those same densities to smaller sites under 30,000, 20, 25,000, which would still be site plan review, you're not getting the same number of units. You can't apply that same density. You will also see you will not build out the entire site. You will have some parking. We're not requiring any. We have not heard from any developers that they will build 0. Maybe there will be some small projects that can get away with it, but in general, we expect to see parking. We will see driveway space. We have some setbacks, particularly from the rear. There are step downs and step backs in the building. It's not an FAR of 4.5, and VC3 is not an FAR of 3.5. So those are not, I don't believe that those are appropriate comparisons. You mentioned this being a big loophole. I think we may disagree there. The intent of this zoning all along was to promote and incentivize smaller infill development, to be the antithesis of the Trios and Dunstan East and those sorts of projects that take up a whole block or multiple blocks, because they need to consolidate multiple parcels in order to come through a rezoning and a special permit and inevitable lawsuits and mitigate that risk. This is about smaller contextual buildings. Buildings, again, on parcels that are less than 3/4 or half an acre. Smaller sites where typically in village centers, the building does take up much of the parcel. You look at places like Newton Center and Newtonville, you do have the building taking up a good bit of the parcel, but the building's not that big. We have limits on how long the facade can be. These are not going to be, even if you take a 30,000 square foot lot and subdivide it into 2 15,000 square foot lots, you're not even able to max out the VC3 footprint at 15,000 square feet. You may see some subdivision. I don't think that's a bad outcome, though, because we're getting smaller, more contextual buildings with smaller footprints. If you do not include these parcels in the zoning, that means that you are coming in for MU4 or BU4, and at that point, the incentive is to do something bigger, to consolidate parcels into a bigger parcel. Once you're over 30,000, you might as well go even bigger and come in and ask for something larger. I would also just like to point out I think there's also a logistical concern here. These, as you mentioned, you can change the lots through A&R plan. You can merge lots, you can subdivide. Those we don't always have up-to-the-minute information on because they are an A&R plan. Our assessing and GIS departments get a download from the Registry of Deeds every so often. We don't necessarily have the most up-to-date information at this point on what lots are over 30,000 square feet. We've been using the most recent data we have in our GIS database as well as the state's. And there are instances where we have had property owners send us the deed or recent subdivision plans to show that some lots had merged so that we don't have split zoning across the lot line. But we don't, it's a little bit of a moving target. So I'm a little concerned with just taking all 30,000 square foot lots out of the map as they are today, because there may be some that are in the process of changing, that parcels are merging. There may be some that have been done that we're not aware of at this time. So it does create a little bit of a logistical challenge.
Thank you. Councilor Crosley and then Councilor Rado.
Thank you. This is a completely new idea that has never in 3 years been put before the committee in this form. I have heard Councilor Wright and others worry about subdivision. I hear the planning department's response. We've heard that many times over about trying to promote smaller infill development and subdivision not being a poor idea. But one of the issues here has to do with the level, one of the issues that Councilor Wright has discussed in committee and others have discussed in committee is what's the right level of review? What should the threshold for review be? So if, for example, like right now, we're requiring a special permit process for anything over that 30,000 square feet and site plan review for anything over 10,000 square feet. So if you get 20,000 square feet, but so if you get below 20,000 square feet, it's by right, you get planning department review, because the planning department is going to review everything. We understand that comes through on the VCOD. So an alternative to this might be to consider reducing the threshold for site plan review to maybe 15,000 square feet. Site plan review is not nothing. It's a rigorous process by a quasi-professional body and determines compliance with the zoning. There's also some design review, and I think I would be willing to go for something like that. I am not willing to go for just across the board, all of a sudden eliminating all these lots that are 30,000 square feet or more, because we're concerned that maybe somebody might someday want to divide the lot, and I'm not even convinced that's a bad thing. Physically, if you have a 30,000 square foot lot and you divide it into a couple of parcels, you're going to need access to each parcel. So that's going to take up space. You're actually going to take up more space with circulation onto the property if you have two properties than if you have one. I would think sometimes a developer would prefer to have one somewhat larger building that would fit on a 30,000 square foot lot where you'd have plenty of room to maneuver and get into your underground parking and that sort of thing. But, we're not talking about individual projects here, we're talking conceptually, and I think we should be leaving this one alone.
Councilor, I forget who was first, whether it was Kalis or Laredo. Councilor Laredo.
So first of all, I want to thank Councilor Crosley for her suggestion about lowering site plan review to 15,000 square feet. While I don't have necessarily the same level of confidence that perhaps she does in that, that's exactly the spirit of what I was trying to talk about this evening as we try to work through this. With that said, I'm still going to speak in favor of Councilor Wright's amendment. But if it passes, great, and if it doesn't, I hope we adopt what Councilor Crosley is suggesting is an alternative. But I do think Councilor Wright is correct here, and let me explain why. I appreciate Ms. Kyra's comments about the difficulty of making sure we have accurate information, but that's going to be true with any 30,000 plus foot lot. Anytime someone's coming in and says, I have a lot that's just under 30,000 square feet or just over 30,000 square feet, you're going to need to make sure that's accurate. And if it's not accurate in your database, you're going to have to update accordingly. My concern is the clear intent of this 30,000 foot threshold, it seems to me, is directed at larger developers to make sure that we control larger projects. And the whole idea of this is for smaller developers, someone who owns a 10,000 or 15,000 or 20,000 square foot parcel, they get to develop with much more free reign. And my concern, I think what Councilor Wright is trying to address here is that larger developer could deliberately, intentionally, and if we allow it appropriately, avoid all the processes that we've put in place, subdivide the lots appropriately and just do everything by right, but yet the very folks that we say we're most concerned about regulating, the larger developer, we're going to be essentially providing an alternative that allows no regulation at all. So I think the proposal makes sense. I understand there may be some administrative work involved. I don't think we're going to have a tremendous number of these, but I really think, particularly with larger, more sophisticated developers, they're going to look at our rules very carefully, guided, I hope, by very good and probably fairly expensive attorneys, and try to come through with whatever they can to get their projects through the way they want, whether or not that's in our collective interest. So I think this is a wise idea. I'd urge us to support it. But if we don't, I certainly will support Councilor Crossley's suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Kalis.
Ms. Kyra, has there ever been a memo on this topic?
There has not, on removing the over 30,000 square foot lots?
Yes.
No, there has not.
Okay. What I'm trying to, this is difficult for me, as Councilor Noel articulated, to understand fully and to make sure that I have both sides, because I know with zoning, this is all about unintended consequences. I'm just wondering from others on the council if they would support asking for such a memo so we could internalize this, because it doesn't seem like we're going to be voting on this tonight, the full package, because I'm just based on what Councilor Gentile had talked about, we might on Monday, but I feel like this is something that we really need to understand before we vote, and maybe others do. I'm just saying I need to see it in writing, but that's me.
Okay, let's see where this goes. Councilor Downs is next.
Thank you, Madam President. On this one, I'm also confused, and I would prefer to have some more time to think about it and to review a memo. I second Councilor Kalis's thought. From listening to both sides, I have to say my preference is to find ways to encourage smaller developments, on smaller lots that have, you know, interesting or maybe quirky details to them, something that makes them unique. And that's often through smaller developments. And I do like the idea of some site plan review. So I'm intrigued also by Councilor Crossley's suggestion, but I think I would also be more comfortable with a little more time to think about this.
Thank you. Mr. Lamel, did you want to say something?
Well, I just wanted to say that I really appreciated Councilor Laredo's comments about the intent. And I think I just wanted to expand upon that a little bit. I think Councilor Laredo is 100% correct that the intent of the zoning is to allow for property owners of these smaller lots to redevelop. And I think in your words was give them a little bit more free reign. If a larger site, which are also owned in many instances by smaller property owners or smaller developers, but if there is a large developer, to use those words, who owns one of these sites and chooses through their own actions to turn that larger site into smaller sites and build smaller buildings, then I think the intent of the zoning is doing exactly what it's supposed to be doing. Because what the zoning allows for is that 10,000 square foot site, let's say. We're saying we're okay with that if you approve that. If a large 30,000 square foot site chooses to do 3 10,000 square foot sites, the product at the end of the day is exactly the same as what the 10,000 square foot lot next door is allowed to do by right. So I'm not exactly sure where we're going to end up. I don't know how many of these we're going to see. Every configuration of lot is different, but I do think at the end of the day, the intent of the code, and again, what the product is that if you're saying the zoning is okay for a 10,000 square foot site to be developed and someone subdivides into 2 or 3 10,000 square foot size lots, then from a uniformity perspective, that should be allowed. I think that's where the code is heading.
Thank you.
If I could add on real quickly, because I don't think I explained it well the first time, the logistical challenge. It's correct that anytime a site comes in, we will be doing research on that site to confirm what is the exact site size. We will get a survey. What my concern is, at the moment that the council votes on this, you're locking into place the zoning, and you're either rezoning parcels or you're not rezoning those parcels. And we need to know exactly which parcels you are rezoning and which you are not. We don't see lot mergers. Those don't go through us. They don't go through engineering. They go through the registry. We get a dump at the end of the year on those. We're working with the best data we have. My concern is that what you vote on now may not be exactly what is accurate on the ground, because these things are happening without discretionary approvals. Also, just wanted to add on, there has been a lot of talk about the churches and allowing some flexibility there. Most of those are on sites that are over 30,000 square feet. So they would not have the benefits that come from the zoning. In particular, being able to change the uses due to the not having to worry about the parking requirement and the ability to add some more development on site. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Lucas, you're next.
Thank you, President Albright, and for Councilor Wright for presenting this amendment. Let me just get that. There we go. So a question to planning is, how many total lots are in the MBTA zoning that are over 30,000 square feet, the exact lots that Councilor Wright is talking about?
I believe it's about 35. Again, we're working with the data from the state and any updates we've received from property owners. So it could be a little higher if there have been other mergers, but I believe it's about 35.
All right, 35. So I presume Councilor Wright has those lots already marked in her database from ask that question through President Albright to Councilor Wright, if she knows
the number
address.
is 42 lots. That's part of the villages that we're counting towards the MBTA communities, and not Auburndale, and not those other ones.
Yeah, okay. So I'm going to support the amendment, and in the event that the amendment fails, I'm going to suggest that we monitor those lots just to see what developers do. Do they split the lot? Do they do nothing for 2 years or 5 years? Do they develop with a special permit? I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't think anyone here knows what's going to happen. But it's nice to get the information so that if we do need to make adjustments to the code, we can. But I will support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Lucas. And I believe the Planning Department has agreed to monitor this whole VCOD over the next bunch of years. So I think what your request will be honored. Next is Councilor Danberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam President, I would not support removing any lot that doesn't count toward MBTA, but I would like to point out that, and first of all, I would support, in the effort of, in the interest of compromise, Councilor Crossley's suggestion that we reduce the number of square feet that would go to site plan review to 15,000. I think that's it's definitely something that I could live with. One other point is that if a developer would reduce the size of the lot or divide the lot, we're essentially getting what we had wanted, one of the goals that we said we wanted, and that was varied types of buildings, varied in height, varied in materials, et cetera, on any given block. So I think that because these buildings would have to abide by setbacks and all the other requirements that any lot would have, I would see that as a positive. Because I think it encourages a varied look on blocks if we build different types of buildings and split the lots. Another thing that you have to bear in mind, however, is that this would cause, you'd lose economies of scale here, because if you do separate buildings, then you're going to have to put in a $500,000 or $750,000 elevator in each building, or more of them than you would probably if you had one building. So I will not support the item itself, but I would support, in the interest of compromise, reducing to 15,000 the site plan review. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Gentile.
So I discussed this very issue recently in a meeting with planning, so it's fresh in my mind. I do plan to support the motion that's in front of us from Council Wright. However, if it fails, I hope that Council Crossley will be recognized immediately so that she could offer her amendment, in which I would gladly support.
Thank you very much. Councilor Kalis, is he here? No. Okay. Councilor Laredo.
Madam President? I'll be extremely brief. Just so I understand what we're talking about here, we have, through the President to Councilor Wright, we're talking a total of 42 sites?
Yes.
Approximately, and Ms. Kyrie, I believe you says 35, so somewhere in that range. And of those, any idea how many are in the 30 to 40,000 square foot range, and how many are above? I'm just trying to understand the magnitude of what we're talking about here, that's all.
Councilor Oliver could take a quick look. But they're bigger sites. There's some that are just over 30, but 50,000 type
So
sites.
we're actually talking, just so we're clear on the magnitude here, we're talking a fairly small number, it seems to me, maybe a handful.
Councilor Laredo, you need to ask for more time, actually.
1 minute, Madam President.
Councilor Laredo would like another minute. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
And I promise I won't belabor it. We're talking really a handful of properties that are in the 30 to 35,000 range where there may be some difficulty doing the calculations. I mean, if it's a 50,000 square foot parcel, I think we're going to be able to recognize that now. Am I correct?
That's not what I was saying. We can recognize a 30,000 square foot parcel now. The issue is the parcels are being merged without us knowing. Property owners are merging multiple parcels that may currently be under 30,000 square feet, and so they become more than 30. We don't have live information on that. We get that information when they come in to build something, or at the end of the year we get a dump from the Registry of Deeds. What I'm saying is we don't know if someone had two 15,000 square foot parcels and they were thinking of doing something and maybe they're not even thinking about the zoning. They may have already merged them and we don't know. It's not reflected. The assessor's database is not live.
It's got at maximum a year or so lag. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
All right. And just again, I just want to get our understand the facts here. So it's got a year or so lag at the most. And if they do come in for even a by right project, they're still going to have to explain what the square footage is, right?
They are. That's not my concern, and I think I'm just not explaining this well.
And I may not be understanding it. So
yeah, my concern is that you're adopting a map, whether it's tonight or Monday or at some point in the next month. You're adopting a map that shows boundaries of the new zoning. What I'm saying is, if you're basing that map on the parcel size and not including parcels based on their parcel size, there may be parcels that have changed that we don't know that aren't reflected. There are things like Dunstan East. I believe that's still showing up as separate parcels. We know that's going to merge together. But currently, it's a whole conglomeration of small parcels. We had some of the parcels over that Mark Development owns over by Trio that they had merged together that we were not aware had merged. We were showing them as separate parcels in separate zones. They sent us the deed showing that they had merged, and in committee, there was a vote to adjust the zoning so it was consistent. We have had a couple other instances of that too, where a property owner is aware of this effort, they see the map, they see, oh, these two parcels have actually been combined, but you're showing a line down the middle in separate zones. Many property owners are probably not aware, so there may be other instances out there, probably not a lot. My concern is when we draw the map and you adopt a map that's the official map, how accurate that is if your whole intent is to exclude 30,000 and above parcels.
I hear that and understand the intent. I guess I think we're going to have that problem no matter what, whether we pass this piece of amendment or not. You're going to have the exact same issue to deal with going forward.
No, because it's not a difference of whether that parcel has, of the zoning of the parcel. If the zoning is dependent upon the size at the time that you adopt this, is different than a parcel coming in to get a building permit, and whether they are by right or a special permit is dependent upon the size of that parcel.
If you have I appreciate this. I don't want to engage in a back and forth. I appreciate the perspective. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. Councilor Humphrey.
Thank you, Madam President. So I had 3 comments on this proposal. First thing, I'm a little concerned that we've lost sight of some of the non-MBTA functions of VCOD, including, not to sound like a broken record, some of the regulatory changes that the staff has just alluded to. These affect the uses that are allowed on a site, the commercial activity related parking requirements, things like that. These are other things that are also affected by whether or not something is part of the VCOD, so it's not just about MBTA communities. Secondly, we've been talking a lot about the spirit of compromise tonight. The last motion was 19-5 on a compromise to take 6 commercial centers out of this plan. And we're hearing that this is a motion affecting about 40 properties in the city. I would love some spirit of compromise to let us keep those 40 properties in this plan. Third, as we've just heard from city staff, this is framed in such a way as to create a huge headache for implementation because it is essentially creating zoning uncertainty and inconsistency by pulling things out seemingly at random, especially as properties are merged together. I don't know why we would start doing zoning that way in this city. It seems like a bad idea to begin with, and it seems like something we shouldn't undertake. So again, in the spirit of compromise, please let us just keep these properties and let's move on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Baker, you've been waiting patiently. And Councilor Leary's coming up. Sorry about that.
So to pick up on Councilor Humphrey's point a little bit, I think that the thrust of the last motion that we passed was to reduce the scope of the proposed zoning to affect the MBTA compliance. The thrust of what I heard Councilor Wright ask is that there is, in a sense, a chunk of the remaining area that is not counted for MBTA compliance, which has additional development capacity, which we really haven't fully vetted because these parcels would not count in the total. They're larger parcels, and they could be developed either by special permit under the current regime, or if they're subdivided as indicated as a matter of effectively right, you go through a process, but it's not anything that requires a discretionary approval. Then we've created additional capacity in the city that we did not expect, I think many people did not expect to be included. Now, that may not, other people may say, oh yes, we did count on that, but I do want to applaud Councilor Wright for pointing it out, because the thrust of what I heard her say and the exact number of estimates that could be built, obviously we could all argue with in detail, but the process of subdivision and then going to as of right means additional units and additional capacity and additional redevelopment beyond what is necessary to comply with the MBTA law. Now, we may want to do that for good and policy reasons, but I think we ought to do it with our eyes open and be careful about it, because I think the thrust of what we've been trying to do is to limit compliance to what we need for the MBTA and then defer to later the opportunity to do other things. So I don't view this as a permanent change, but I do view it as in the spirit of the vote we just took to try and take some of the villages out, just so that we know as much as possible what we're dealing with. So I just wanted to say that's my understanding, and if Councilor Wright wants to correct me, I'd be glad to be corrected.
I'll come back to you, Councilor Wright, okay? So Councilor Leary.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm surprised to hear Councilor Baker, a member of the Zoning and Planning Committee, saying we haven't fully vetted these things. Where were you the last 3 years? I think, that's right. I want to say that, thank you, Councilor Humphrey, for mentioning, all I was thinking was we just removed 6 villages from VCOT. And what Councilor Wright's amendment is doing is taking all the power back to the large developers, the deep pockets, to get the same huge projects that really not everyone wants. Instead of giving our smaller developers opportunities to build, you know, more housing, more attractive projects that will meet all our requirements for stormwater and getting off fossil fuels, that will help us meet climate action goals and housing goals. So I cannot support that. It's just, it feels like we're just throwing the baby out with the bathwater with that. And Councilor Laredo mentioned in his no regulation at all in your comments, and I was like, no regulation at all. We regulate everything in Newton, and it's very difficult to do a lot of buildings. So I'm just surprised by that comment, because you know, you've been on land use. You know how difficult, how picky we are with special permits, but we also know that we've done our homework ensuring that what gets built meets a lot of requirements, everything from setbacks to open space to how the building looks on the street to fenestration, everything. We looked at everything. I'm not sure what we missed, frankly. I would absolutely support reducing the site plan review to 15,000 square feet in the spirit of compromise, but I would urge my colleagues not to support Councilor Wright's, perhaps Councilor Baker agrees, but it's Councilor Wright's. You do a lot of work, and it's tough to keep up with you, I have to say, yeah.
Councilor Wright, do you want to respond to Councilor Baker?
No, not to Baker. But I have, okay, thank you. So I'm sorry I didn't bring visuals. I love visuals, but I've been slapped on the wrist for some things like that, so I didn't think it was appropriate. Next time I'll bring visuals.
Councilor Wright, you actually need to ask for more time.
Oh, can I have 2 minutes?
Councilor Wright would like 2 minutes. All those in favor say aye. Thank you, go ahead.
So this proposal is not affecting the small developers, the 10,000 square foot lots, the 25,000 square foot lots. It's the larger lots, and yes, it's only 40 to 45 lots, but if we use the density of Trio, that's over 2,000 units. And what I learned from the election is the residents don't want to go much beyond the 8330. So we're going to add anywhere from 2,000, 4,000, 5,000, and the planning department and I can work out the numbers on top of the 9,100. The spirit of what we're proposing is special permits for those lots over 30,000 square feet, and I'm fine with that. But they have a huge loophole to go through to bypass that, and that was not our intent. So I really want to, either take those lots out, and they could do special permit still, or if some way we can freeze it, and if they want to subdivide a lot that's more than 30,000 square feet, it would be by special permit. But law department's shaking no. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crosley, and I think then we can call the question. Oh, Councillor Bowman. Sorry, Councillor Crosley. Councillor Bowman he hasn't spoken yet. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. I had my hand up earlier. I thought you saw it. So, of course, I agree with the comments, excellent comments of Councillor Humphrey, but I would also say that I don't see how every single lot that's on that map was discussed. There isn't a single lot that between zoning, between the ZAP meetings, the individual meetings that we had in all of our village centers, that wasn't discussed, in or out. So I don't see at this point how we're going to remove 42 lots without even understanding which lots we're talking about. Right here, I'm looking at a lot where the post office is in Newton Center. That's over 30,000 square feet. I think that would be a lovely place to see it redeveloped as 3 separate, parcels if someone chose to do that at some point in the future. Not likely to happen given that it currently has the post office and other uses on it. But, that would fit in better with the village center because it would be 3 lots. There's nothing magical about the way lots are done. At some point we decided we draw lot lines around the uses that were there. But I don't see how we take 42 lots out of VCOD without looking at them and having some notice. I mean, which of those building owners are now going to be like the building owners on Border Street, and they're like, what? You took me out of I thought I was in the village center zoning. So I just don't see how we can vote on this tonight. We get pushback from residents all the time that we don't give them proper notice on things, and the process isn't transparent enough, and people are now prepared to vote on something to take out 40 plus lots without even knowing what those lots are. So I would encourage us, I'm not looking to belabor this, either to vote this down, but I would prefer us not to vote it at all and see what the lots are. If people are inclined to vote for this, we should at least know what we're voting for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. Councillor Crosley.
All good points. I'm very much hoping that we'll vote this down tonight. If you just look at one map, Newtonville, we're counting in our VC3 Trio. That's not going to get rebuilt, but it's way over 30,000 square feet. It has to be one of your lots. Austin Street, way over 30,000 square feet. Austin Street, is that better? So Trio and Austin Street are both over 30,000 square feet. They're brand new. Those are 2 of the lots at least. There's 2 others along Washington Street, very large lots. They're built, they're where we have relative, 1-story, maybe a 2-story here and there, sort of a strip mall along Washington Street. Why on earth would we take these out? It doesn't make any sense, and I agree wholeheartedly with Councillor Bowman that what we should do is look through our maps and understand what we're talking about here. It's hard for me to imagine there's 42, but I'm sure you've counted them in some way with the assessor's map, and we're close to something like that. But a lot of these lots, and as you say, have churches on them. We don't want to take those out of the VC3. The other thing is that the VC3 sets a threshold expectation. So if we don't have anything there and you have one of these slightly larger lots or much larger lots, the developer comes in and asks for an MU4 or a BU4 or more, you know, and then we go through this whole lengthy process, and then you better believe that the developer's looking to merge lots and get those bigger projects that Councilor Leary very clearly said, that's what we're trying not to get. We're trying to get some cohesiveness in the hearts of our village centers and immediate surrounding areas by regulating very clearly the standards we want to apply to these buildings. So the design standards that are laced throughout the text are very clear, clearer than any other zoning we've ever produced in terms of what our expectations and incentives are. So I think what I'm hearing again, and I'd be willing to substitute, or that might be a can of worms, so I will make a motion right afterward to go down to the 15,000 square foot threshold to give us a little extra review, but I really urge my colleagues to vote against this item.
Okay. I was seeing nothing. Councilor Baker.
Well, I just want to ask the maker of the motion, in light of the comments, are you wish to pull a vote to now, or do you wish to lay on the table until there's an analysis of the parcel?
I'd rather lay it on the table until we get the analysis.
Well, I'll move to lay it on the table then.
Call the question on laying it on the table?
Well, there's something already on the floor. Councilor Baker has moved
To lay it on the table. You can vote against it.
We have to vote on that. So did anybody second that motion? Pardon? You seconded it.
Counselor Baker. Was that an aye? I'm sorry.
Aye.
Thank you. Counselor Bowman.
No.
Counselor Crosley.
No.
Counselor Danberg.
No.
Counselor Downs.
No.
Counselor Gentile.
No.
Counselor Greenberg.
No.
Counselor Grossman.
That was Grossman, right?
Grossman, sorry, I coughed.
Okay.
Sorry.
No.
Thank you. Counselor Humphrey.
No.
Counselor Kalis.
No.
Counselor Kelly.
No.
Counselor Krinsman.
No.
Counselor Laredo.
No.
Counselor Leary.
No.
Counselor Lipoff.
No.
Counselor Lucas.
No.
Counselor Maliki.
Aye.
Counselor Markowitz.
No.
Counselor Noel.
No.
Counselor Norton.
No.
Counselor Oliver.
No.
Counselor Ryan.
No.
Counselor Wright.
Aye.
President Albright.
No.
Motion fails, 3 yeas, 21 nays.
Okay. Councilor Leary, did you want to call the question? Is it?
Yes, yes, Madam President, I'd like to call the question.
Okay, thank you very much. So we vote on this now.
Sorry. Counselor Baker.
Aye.
Counselor Bowman.
No.
Counselor Crosley.
No.
Counselor Danberg.
No.
Counselor Downs.
No.
Counselor Gentile.
No.
Counselor Greenberg.
No.
Counselor Grossman.
No.
Counselor Humphrey.
No.
Counselor Kalis.
No.
Counselor Kelly.
No.
Counselor Krinsman.
No.
Counselor Laredo. Aye. Counselor Leary.
No.
Counselor Lipoff.
No.
Counselor Lucas.
Aye.
Counselor Maliki.
Aye.
Counselor Markowitz.
No.
Counselor Noel.
No.
Counselor Norton.
Aye.
Counselor Oliver.
No.
Counselor Ryan.
No.
Counselor Wright.
Aye.
President Albright.
No.
Motion fails, 6 yeas, 18 nays.
Councilor Crosley, did you want to make a motion?
Yes, Madam President. As promised, I move that we reduce the threshold for special permit review from 20,000 square, I'm sorry, I have to say this, site plan review from 20,000 square feet to 15,000 square feet.
Councillor Humphrey, did you want to speak on that?
Thank you, Madam President. So I did speak on this particular topic at an earlier meeting, but I want to reiterate now that it's before us in a more concrete form. I don't think that people are going to get the outcome that they expect from more design review. That process does not achieve what some of the proponents think is going to happen. What is going to happen, as we have seen in cities all over the country, is that developers are going to look to get through that process as fast as possible and as inexpensively as possible, because it is not actually a barrier to getting approval, it's just a hurdle to approval. And the way to get around a hurdle to approval is to deliver a cookie cutter design. If you want every single development in the city of a certain size to look exactly the same, then vote for more design review. If you want there to be any diversity of building with new construction and new development, do not vote for additional design review. I understand that that might seem counterintuitive, but we have seen it in countless metropolitan areas all over the country, and we've seen it in other surrounding communities that have much more flexibility for new development, but do have design review. I don't want to see every single building look the same. And I think many of the folks who are concerned about development in this city also are concerned on that aesthetic ground, and this is not going to produce the outcome people think it is going to. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crosley, did you want to speak to that?
Yes, please. Site plan review is not design review. It is, first of all, we have design standards in the book that they have to comply with. It's a review to assure compliance. It's also a review of how well the project works. What's the circulation? All the other kinds of attributes of the project that we care about. It has been quite successful in other communities. We talked at length about that in committee. Am I veering away from the mic? And so, look, I would be happy not to reduce the threshold if the committee votes against this, but I'm offering that as a compromise for people who would like to have a deeper level of review. I don't think it hurts anything. I think it gives the planning board a little bit more work. So then it goes through planning department and then the planning board, and I think that's fine.
Okay, I don't see anybody else. Can we vote on this now?
Councillor Baker.
Aye.
Councillor Bowman.
No.
Councillor Crosley.
Aye.
Councillor Danberg.
Aye.
Councillor Downs.
Aye.
Councillor Gentile.
Aye.
Councillor Greenberg.
Aye.
Councillor Grossman.
Aye.
Councillor Humphrey.
No.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
I said no.
Thank you. Councillor Kalis.
Aye.
Councillor Kelly.
Aye.
Councillor Krinsman.
Aye.
Councillor Laredo.
Aye.
Councillor Leary.
Aye.
Councillor Lipoff.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Maliki.
Aye.
Councillor Markowitz.
Aye.
Councillor Noel.
Aye.
Councillor Norton.
Aye.
Councillor Oliver.
Aye.
Councillor Ryan.
No.
Councillor Wright.
Aye.
President Albright.
Aye.
Motion carries 21 yeas, 3 nays.
Okay. So it's now 8:42 and we finished the first page. The next one up is Councillor Kelly.
Thank you, Madam President. We're picking up the conversation that we started last week when I proposed this amendment. This is about including Border Street back into the VCOD plan as it was in versions 1 and 2, taken out, kind of based erroneously on the red herring of a flood
Madam
zone.
President, as a point of order,
Councillor Kelly, let me stop you. This was tabled at the last meeting, so we have
Correct.
to vote to take it off the table.
Oh, so do
So
I just make the
let-
motion?
Let me, yes.
do I
Make a
move to put this amendment, bring
Take it off the
Take it
table.
off the table and put it before us now, and then I'll talk
Do
about
we
it.
have to do a roll call on this? Okay, so we'll have to do a roll call.
Sorry. Counselor
you.
Baker.
No.
Counselor Bowman.
Aye.
Counselor Crosley.
Aye.
Counselor Danberg. Counselor Downs.
Aye.
Counselor Gentile. Counselor Greenberg.
Aye.
Counselor Grossman.
Aye.
Counselor Humphrey.
Aye.
Counselor Kalis.
No.
Counselor Kelly.
Aye.
Counselor Krinsman.
Aye.
Counselor Laredo.
Aye.
Counselor Leary.
Aye.
Counselor Lipoff.
Aye.
Counselor Lucas.
Aye.
Counselor Maliki. Counselor Markowitz.
Aye.
Counselor Noel.
Aye.
Counselor Norton.
Aye.
Counselor Oliver.
Aye.
Counselor Ryan.
Aye.
Counselor Wright.
Aye.
President Albright.
Aye.
Motion carries 21 yeas, 3 nays.
Okay, thank you, Counselor Kelly. I'm sorry to have to stop you to do that, but now go ahead.
No, I have to turn it on. And then I'll speak closer rather than louder. Sorry about that protocol breach. I just launched right into it. This is, again, to recommend bringing the border street back into the VCOD for West Newton Square. Very simply put, it's adding the south side, every business property owner along Border Street, back in the south side street to be VC3, which is the side of the street that abuts the Mass Pike and the Turnpike and the railroad tracks, and the north side to VC2. I think I'll just keep it really simple because we heard all of this last week, and I'm happy to answer questions if there are more specific questions again. But again, it's to keep consistent. We've been talking about intention and goals tonight. It's to be consistent with the goals of helping our local businesses, increasing housing, improving deteriorating conditions. And this is, even some of the owners along this street refer to it as one of the armpits of Newton. And I think that development potential is probably the best avenue we have for improving this area. So that's why we're bringing it back, as well as at the request of every single property owner along the street. Thank you.
Thank you. Comments? Counselor Baker.
So thank you, Madam President, and thank you, colleague. I didn't support taking it off because I wasn't sure we had further information on some of the issues that people have been concerned about in terms of the flooding and so forth. But it is before us, and I guess the question that I would like to be reminded of is the impact on the MBTA count of adding this back if we do. Can the Planning Department advise us?
Sure, it's approximately 450 units.
So this would increase our capacity above what we've already got by 450 units. Okay.
Anyone else? Oh, yeah, sorry. Counselor, I'll put you down, Counselor Gentile, but Counselor Lucas is first.
This is going to be quick because Councilor Baker stole my thunder. I was going to ask the same questions, but we just found out it's 450 units going back on the table. No pun intended. Councilor Kelly.
Okay. Counselor Oliver.
Thank you, Madam President. All I wanted to really kind of recap from the original ZAP meeting where we pulled these out. Oh, I'm sorry. Is this not on? Yeah, sorry. I believe the rationale was that, and I believe we've gotten some confirmation on this since that meeting several weeks ago, these lots were removed because we needed to, at least in the conversation we had during ZAP. I shouldn't say we, that was had during ZAP that I was observing. Because we wanted to confirm what the actual problem was that was causing the flooding, and then to figure out what it was going to take to fix it. And I think what I have heard between then and now is we know that this is a multi-month, multi-million-dollar fix. I still believe that if all of the resident or the property owners along Border Street, whether they're north or south, south side, we can go back to this zoning right here. But I think we owe it to those property owners to really make those transactions, if that's what's going to happen here, feasible. Because we know this street will flood again. And it will continue to flood until we fix the problem. And it's not a problem that should be solved by any individual property owner. We know that this is either a city level fix and possibly even a state level fix. So let's figure out what the problem is. Let's get it fixed and then put these guys back on the map. I appreciate that the property owners want to be upzoned. I get it. I think we all get it. But I'm not entirely sure that the property owners have the ability to really do what needs to happen on their own properties and not exacerbate the flooding problem, even with our new stormwater management requirements. That was the conversation we had. And it does seem to me that that was probably one of the best reasons that we had, that I witnessed, to remove lots from the upzoning. So let's just stick to that plan. Let's work with those property owners and get this done right. This is so completely logical to me to do this in that order. I don't understand why we would circumvent that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Gentile?
So this is a particularly difficult amendment for me because I know a lot of the property owners on this street. I know their families. And I'm sympathetic to them being in, being out, being back in. That is regrettable. To that end, I, along with I think 6 or 7 other councilors, docketed something earlier this week, similar to what the Ward 1 councilors docketed for a section of Nonantum, in which they talked about including them in a manufacturing study. To try and figure out the best use of that area. The item that I docketed with others speaks to manufacturing. It talks about meeting with, planning, but it also included public works. Because my hope is, I've been hearing different things that, public works may have a pretty good handle on it, on what the problem is. And so they should be included in any discussion. So I just want to make sure everybody knows that. Obviously, we won't get it to it this term, but I plan on redocketing it. The other problem that I have is the number that Ms. Kyra just gave you. This creates 450 units on top of the roughly 9,100 that we're talking about. And I, for one, I'm not prepared to add that number of units without compromise in reductions in other areas. And, primarily, I'm talking about West Newton Square. So I'm going to vote against it at this time, but I could be convinced later on in this process as part of a compromise that we should do it, as long as we follow through on the docket item that I'm talking about. but regrettably tonight, I can't support it, but hopefully we'll figure out something that allows that to happen without further increasing the number of units. I mean, depending on who you talk to, it's somewhere in the vicinity already of like 2,000 or, 2,300 in West Newton alone.
Counselor Gentile, you need more time.
That's more than 25%, and it's too many. Thanks.
Counselor Humphrey?
Thank you, Madam President. So I think based on the discussion that we previously had on this block, to my mind, there's two ways to address the street flooding, which we know is from an improperly sized culvert as opposed to a climate change related phenomenon that's new. And the two ways are stormwater fixes that are required as part of redevelopment, or MWRA action, which who knows when that's going to happen. I would guess that it's more likely to happen if we can make a case to them that this area is about to be significantly redeveloped and needs to have less flooding happening. But the first point is important either way, regardless of the MWRA. If this is not rezoned, as requested by all the property owners, these small businesses who are asking to be upzoned, then nothing's going to happen here. And there's definitely not going to be any change in terms of street flooding. But if we do rezone this, then these parcels can be redeveloped, and as part of the redevelopment process, each property is going to have to do mitigation on stormwater, drainage issues, et cetera. So to my mind, this is actually part of the solution to fixing this particular problem. Now, to the point about the number, I think more important than the number, which is, as we've discussed at some length, a little bit arbitrary, it's more important to get the specific zoning right for a specific block or parcel or group of parcels. So that would be how I would want to approach it in general. However, I am also open to suggestions of potential compromises to swap some other areas. And, I don't know if people have specific areas that they want to propose. They could even be right nearby. But this seems like the appropriate zoning for this block, and that's my focus at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Grossman and then Councilor Maliki.
Thank you.
Sorry, Councilor Leary is first.
Oh, sure.
I'll get back to you. I'm sorry, I should look at my list.
Yes, thank you. I had to wait a long time last time. Thank you, Councilor Humphrey, for your comments. I do agree with them. I just want a reminder regarding the numbers. I've always been a little skeptic on that, but I want people to realize that to get those numbers that the MBTA Community Act requires would mean bulldozing 50 acres of buildings, because we're almost all built out, and build all 800 to 1,000 square foot units with no parking. And that is not very likely. And I've always been kind of surprised. Why does everyone care so much about these phantom units? It's just this formula that the city put together, that the state put together that has to match all these other communities too. That never was my concern. I was concerned about actually making improvements to the city with our zoning. I will be supporting adding Border Street back in, because I think it's one area of the city that really could use development, and actually something could get built there. And if anything, it will dramatically improve the stormwater issue. Right now, it's a block culvert that's essentially covering that. So this is an opportunity for us to meet housing goals, climate change goals, improve the stormwater, and do something that all the building owners are asking us to do. They want their more opportunity for development on Border Street. And I think that's all I have to say right now, but I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Thank you. Now, Councilor Grossman.
Thank you. Councilor Humphrey really succinctly summarized my thoughts, so I want to say that I fully agree with what he laid out. I am fully prepared to support this. I'm not worried about the numbers. I do think it's the right zoning for these parcels. And I also think this will help me feel better about some of the other asks to come as we are looking to put a package together that we can all feel good about and compromise on. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Maliki?
Sorry, thank you. In contrast to Councillor Humphrey, I guess I think the best way to kind of fulfill the hope of the business owners here for development potential is to make it contingent on getting the flooding problem fixed first. For decades, really, and especially in the recent few years, there hasn't been much, I guess, motivation or will on the part of the city to try to figure out the problem to help the businesses. But I think it's gotten, the situation has gotten more attention in the last couple of months than it has in past decades because of the potential and the desire on the part of the city and hopefully on the part of the state to see the potential for housing fulfilled. So it's, as has been mentioned, it's a, I really think it's a combination of the man-made problem of the culvert easement and the fact that storms have been increasing because it was not such a problem in past decades as it has become. With the city wanting to rezone it for housing, and we can tell the state, look, if you help us solve the problem, you'll get more housing in Newton that you want. So that gives the state more of an incentive to lean on the MWRA to try to fix the problem. You know, I learned today that no one seems to be able to find the easement because it was so long ago, they don't even know when it was written, and they don't know how to find it. So we clearly need, I think, state help to deal with this. So I am not comfortable with saying this is an appropriate level, appropriate area for housing development when we have the situation we have. You know, right now it's working adults coming to Border Street, working 10, 12 hours a day, whatever, going home at night. That's they have enough problem. They have to move their cars. They worry about our delivery truck's going to be able to come in if the water is high. It's kind of a different situation if you're putting potentially 400 families of different ages, elderly people, kids, 24/7. And, you know, it's not just the problem of is their car going to get flooded when they're in Boston having taken the commuter rail to work? Are they going to have to get up in the middle of the night if an alarm goes off and the water's rising? So that issue really has to be addressed before anything could really happen there. And that's not even getting into, you know, questions of like emergency access. Can a ambulance respond to an emergency? Can the police respond to a 911 call if the water's up? So I think we need to fix the problem first, keep the pressure on to get that problem fixed, and that's the best route to help the businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Downs?
Thank you, Madam President. I first have a question, I guess directed to Councilor Kelly. This map that we see here has some areas lined in red, some in blue. So you're suggesting VC2 on the north side of the border and VC3, except where the VC3 is now outlined in blue. Is that correct?
Do you, Mr. LaMail or Ms. Kyra, could you speak to that?
Sure. So I tried to highlight Councilor Kelly's amendments, the properties that are VC3 and outlined in blue on Elm and Washington are Councilor Gentile's amendments that I think will be taken up in the future. So
I see. Okay. Thank you. So I'm in general support of this, and I think Councilor Maliki just reemphasized Councilor Humphrey's point. Once an area like this becomes of interest because of its development potential, you get more attention. And we're seeing that now that we're talking about possibly rezoning this. Remove it from the zoning, and it will not get further state attention unless you convince them that we're going to change our minds. Here's the other thing. if the problem is, as I've been told by the property owners and has been alluded to a number of times, an MWRA pipe that's running through a city culvert. The MWRA, yes, it's a state agency or a state authority, but it is not interested in housing. Its primary goals are water and sewer delivery, service delivery. They're not part of the bigger housing question. And so housing or not housing, and the city wanting to leverage housing, you're going to the wrong people if you're going to the MWRA. They'll be motivated by things like, this absolutely has to be done because the governor now says it has to be done because of other things. So I really think this should be included in the zoning for all the reasons that we've articulated before. And if that adds 400 odd units, then we will, to get to the right number, make some concessions elsewhere. But I think this is probably something that we can agree on does need the redevelopment pressure and does need the pressure to get that flooding fixed on multiple levels. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilor Wright, did you have your hand up on this one?
I'm in agreement with Councilor Maliki. I think it should be upzoned, but I would like to do two things. Fix the problem, and since this is a manufacturing zone, we're going to look at another manufacturing zone for housing in Nonamtum, and there's a docket item on that. I would like to wait until then. There's no reason why this has to be upzoned by the end of the year. It could be in January, it could be in February. It doesn't have to be done right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilor Laredo.
Thank you, Madam President. So this one is tough for me, and I'll try to explain why, and then let you know what my thinking is after I've listened very carefully to the debate here. So first of all, I really applaud Councilor Maliki for bringing this forward in terms of raising concerns about water here. It's real. It's clearly a problem. In an ideal world, as Councilor Oliver said, we'd fix the problem and then rezone. At the same time, there's two countervailing constraints or issues for me that I'm balancing out. One, I appreciate Councilor Kelly talking to the owners in that area about their desires, and I think we ought to try to be receptive of that, particularly when we have what appears to be near unanimity on that. Second, of all the areas we're talking about doing potential redevelopment in the city, this strikes me as an appropriate area to do it. And I'm actually hearing that from virtually everybody here. The only question is, do we try to fix the water problem first and then potentially rezone, or do we go ahead and rezone now, making somewhat of a leap of faith that in turn is going to encourage the state authorities, the MWRA in our own city, to fix the problem. I'm also struck and agree with my colleague from Ward 7, Councilor Grossman, about we're trying to reach some compromise here. And I think that's very important. And I know we're going to take up next some proposed reductions in height in West Newton in particular. And then we're going to take up Auburndale. And so I'm going to support Councilor Kelly's amendment here in that spirit. And I do so, again, with mixed feelings, but I do that with the understanding and the belief that my colleagues in turn will try to work together to get something done so we can get this passed. And as I said before, I am really hopeful that when we are said and done with all our work here, we do pass this unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilor Crosley.
Well, this one is tough for me too, but for very different reasons. There was a very good and pretty comprehensive and clear article in the Beacon today describing what happened here, and we've all seen the letters. And it's appalling to me that city councilors would deceive their constituents in the way that happened here. Yes, I agree with all of you who have said that this is an important area of West Newton that is ripe for redevelopment. The zoning has nothing to do with the flooding. The flooding has nothing to do with the zoning. And it was used as a ruse to get us, and we did, take it out of the plan. Once we understand what happened, and what the cause of this is, and we have quotes from the Department of Public Works and our commissioner talking about the particulars of this work, and that it will take, yes, 3 to 4 months to figure out what kind of engineering is necessary. Then who knows how long it's going to take to work with the state. These folks can't build until the stormwater issue is addressed. There are going to be many other sites across the city, and we see them all the time, where people can't build until they remediate the soil, or they remediate an oil spill, or they, many other things, or they have high water table. And our stormwater ordinances, in our engineering ordinances, not land use, don't allow us to put a horizontal portion of livable space or usable space, even a garage, below the water table. So they're not going to be able to build this until this is solved. But I agree with everyone who said that if we don't zone it, it looks like we're not intending to do anything with it. So why would the MWRA have to come in, or whomever else would be taking this apparently 60-inch round, 5-foot round pipe that's killing 50% of the stormwater flow? Why would they do anything about that if we don't have any intention to support this area? So I actually agree with Councilor Rado that we should put it back in here, and Councilors Grossman and others. But I think it's very sad how this happened. I will say just maybe one more time, the numbers are fictitious. And I will not be basing any of my decisions based on what the count is. I know some folks are very interested in taking account of this count, but it is a fiction. It's not real. It's not what could actually happen on the ground. We'll be lucky to get 15% of what we put forward here. We've already eliminated 6 villages, and in my mind, we are preventing them from the opportunity to evolve and grow as the villages that we're going to pass will be
Councilor
able to
Crosley,
do.
you need to ask for more time.
I think I'm done.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilor Norton.
It sounds like a lot of us are in agreement that this area would be good for, appropriate for upzoning, and I support that as well. I think more density makes sense here. I'm also not worried about the total number of units, so I agree with several of my colleagues in that way as well. I think the question is whose crystal ball is more accurate. So some people are saying that the upzoning the area will cause the MWRA to come fix the problem. As Councilor Downs pointed out, the MWRA does not care about housing. I mean, some level, on personal level, they might care about housing, but in terms of their mission, it's not about housing or development, so that's not pressure on them. I don't see that speeding up the problem being solved. In fact, I am concerned, and I brought this up at our last meeting, that by making the development by right, whose job is it to make sure that we are not increasing the number of people affected by this devastating flooding that periodically happens here, especially if there are no pesky city councilors with a chance to ask questions, and it wouldn't necessarily be on ISD's checklist.
To those who are saying that if we don't upzone, the problem will never get fixed. Well, it's unacceptable right now. Look at the videos and the photos of the flooding that's happening there too often now. So you all should be making sure that DPW deals with the problem now, regardless of what happens with the zoning. In terms of my crystal ball, I am more concerned that upzoning sends a message that, hey, the city wants to see more development here, even though the infrastructure problem has not been solved. And in terms of the examples that Councilor Crossley gave of prerequisites for other development, those are all things that the developers can remediate. In this case, it's the MWRA that needs to act.
Thank you. Councilor Leary, you had your hand up way long ago. Do you still want to speak? Again.
Thank you, Madam President. I just forgot when I made my last comments. I was thinking about the spirit of compromise, and though the number of units is not of deep concern for me, because I share some of my colleagues, including Councilor Crossley's thoughts that they're really meaningless numbers, but we could talk about adding some parking requirements in some residential areas, which would significantly reduce the numbers. And since I know we're going to build parking anyway, the city usually, I don't think the city is the one that should require it. But that's just a thought. I'm just throwing that out there that I am willing to listen on that.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Gentile. You actually need more time.
Just a minute and a half, please.
Councilor Gentile would like 1.5 minutes. All those in favor say aye. Please go ahead.
I wanted to speak a second time because I am reversing course, so I just want to make that clear before the vote. However, I do have to say, I don't see how, well, I have to respectfully disagree with Councilor Leary and Councilor Crossley when they say that they don't really care about the numbers, they're fictitious and everything else. The whole law is about numbers. I didn't write the law and tell Newton that we had to fulfill an obligation of 8,330 units. The state did that. So I understand that we have different opinions about what the build-out will be, but we have a requirement to get to a certain number, and that number has to have some meaning in the work that we're doing. So I wanted to make that point. Secondly, I agree that this is an area to be developed. I'm encouraged by some of the comments that I heard from some of my colleagues about recognizing that to keep the number at a reasonable level or close to 8330, that there could well be future adjustments as we look at some of these other areas. And I'm the one that started the evening by saying that if we're going to compromise, we have to trust each other a little bit more. So I'm showing my trust in that I will be supporting the motion.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else? Councilor Baker.
I want to associate myself with the comments of Councilor Laredo and Councilor Gentile. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? I think we can call the roll.
Councilor Baker.
Aye.
Councilor Bowman.
Aye.
Councilor Crossley.
Aye.
Councilor Danberg.
Aye.
Councilor Downs.
Aye.
Councilor Gentile.
Aye.
Councilor Greenberg.
Aye.
Councilor Grossman.
Aye.
Councilor Humphrey.
Aye.
Councilor Kalis.
Aye.
Councilor Kelly.
Aye.
Councilor Krinsman.
Aye.
Councilor Laredo.
Aye.
Councilor Leary.
Aye.
Councilor Lipoff.
Aye.
Councilor Lucas.
Aye.
Councilor Maliki.
No.
Councilor Markowitz.
Aye.
Councilor Noel.
Aye.
Councilor Norton.
No.
Councilor Oliver.
Aye.
Councilor Ryan.
Aye.
Councilor Wright.
Aye.
President Albright.
Aye.
Motion carries 22 yeas, 2 nays.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we are going on to the grand scheme issues that are found in Councilor Gentile's memo to us. Counselor Baker?
I had a motion, I had put my parking matter aside to let the site-specific items, but before we get to Councilor Gentiles, I'd like to ask when that item might come up, or whether that's appropriate now.
It's here. It's, I don't know if we'll get to it tonight or not, but it's number 12 and 13, 14.
I think the general thrust is to look at site-specific map amendments first and then come back, so I think
Yes.
that's appropriate. I just wasn't clear about whether
it's
we were
here.
going to consider things that have been considered before, or do only new things first and then come back to the items we've dealt with before.
I see.
All right, thank you.
We won't forget you, I promise. This first item is back in Newtonville, and it was something that we voted on already, and it was the Walnut Street, Austin Street corner, which you originally, Council Lucas had originally proposed to downzone from VC3 to VC2, and it failed in council.
So, Madam President, but we've discussed this already, so you really need to reconsider it if we want to do that, and I'm happy to. I think somebody on the prevailing side needs to just move reconsideration.
I'm going to ask Councilor Moore.
Hi, Councilor Baker. There is a motion for renewal that you can do at a next meeting. Since motion reconsider, the timeline is 24 hours after the vote. There is a motion to renewal that is a possibility under Robert's rules.
That I appreciate. My concern was reconsideration in terms of a main item, but just in an item normally in committee or in council we do that, but I'm happy to have some motion that allows this to be brought forth, that's all.
So Councilor Baker is asking a motion to renew this item. I guess we have to call the roll.
And on voice vote, I don't think you have to call it.
Can we? Thank you very much. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Okay. So this is the item that was originally voted down by the council, and I forget, do you remember the vote?
Clarified exactly which parcel we're talking about again, just to make sure.
Yeah, I think, Mr. Lamel, are you able to put that up? Oh.
I wanted to put this up. Is it the corner of Walnut and Austin Street? Okay, we will now put the map up. Thank you. You are correct. The vote was 10 yeas, 14 nays.
Okay. Anyone want to speak on this item? Okay, then Councilor Gentile.
So again, I kind of like the term you started to use, the grand scheme. So this was part of the grand scheme in trying to put together a compromise. I thought that at the last meeting, I thought that Council Lucas made a couple of extremely important points. He talked about the zoning along Walnut Street and these other areas. This would be consistent with it. And he talked about, I believe it was the Walnut Street Vision Plan that talked about keeping the buildings on this section of Walnut Street to 4 stories or less. To me, that was the most important point. I think that study, which I believe was voted on and supported, that we should not lose sight of it. So we're talking about a story in order to stay consistent with the study, and which is why I wanted to reintroduce it in the hopes that people would support Council Lucas's original motion.
Could I ask planning to tell us if this were downzoned from VC3 to VC2, how many units that would affect?
40.
Do you confirm that, Ms. Kyra?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, Councilor Bowman.
So in our last meeting, we had a teeny bit of a discussion, some comments from planning about work they're doing to finalize our ability to have inclusionary zoning incorporated as part of our MBTA zoning. And if you flash back to the work that was done with UTIL to look at the financial analysis of what was possible, and not just possible, but what would be likely to be built. There was analysis done for VC3 with required commercial on the first floor, but I do not believe that we did VC2 with commercial on the first floor, and it is required here. So I do understand in a conversation with planning today that they have not done the analysis. They're currently working on the analysis, but it is not completed to analyze the impact of our IZ with the way that we've laid out the map as it exists today. So I am highly concerned about downzoning these properties from VC3 to VC2, especially in an area where we are requiring those units along Austin Street and along Walnut Street have required commercial on the first floor, that we may trigger the inclusionary zoning not being accepted by the state. And they could come back, I guess, and throw out us being able to use inclusionary zoning anywhere. They could come back, I guess, and say, we can only use it in VC3. We can only use it in places where commercial isn't required on the first floor. And I think that we would lose so many inclusionary units, and that would be a shame that we'd be missing that opportunity to have more inclusionary units in our village centers, especially as we think about who's going to qualify for those units. It's as the seniors downsizing from their homes, young people moving in. This is exactly where we'd like to see a mix of different income types. So I think from that aspect, and again, I think it's a point that we heard from one of our lovely residents, it's not just 40 units. Those are, even if we think it's, only 20%, 25%, it's 10 families that aren't moving to Walnut Street, and 10 families that aren't having an opportunity to be near the high school and the senior center and all the businesses there, or potentially more. So I would not support downzoning this for, I think, the very real possibility that we could be jeopardizing our opportunity to have inclusionary zoning as part of all of our MBTA. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Grossman?
Thank you. While I totally understand my colleagues' points, such as the point that Councilor Bowman just made very eloquently, this particular discussion from our last meeting stuck with me. I've been thinking about it a lot. I think what Councilor Lucas pointed out about the Washington Street vision plan, and as I've thought about this area, is fair and makes sense. And as I said on our last item, I feel better about adopting compromises like this, given that we just had a successful compromise in the other direction in another location. So I'm prepared to support this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Wright?
So I would just want to remind people that LandWise did feasibility analysis in 2022. They used our special permit, and it was in Newton Center, and 3 stories with first floor retail and a 1.25 parking ratio, and they said it is borderline feasible. So now we have 0 parking required. We're allowing, it also had 1.7, I think, or 1.21 FAR. We're allowing at VC2 at these smaller lots, which they can use up the whole lot except 5 feet in the back, close to 3.5 stories would be 3 FAR. I think this will be very feasible unless the information we got from LandWise and last year is incorrect, but we were led to believe that it is correct. So I do think it's feasible for VC2 in these areas, and I do have a question to planning. This is the first time I'm hearing it, that Are you getting any indications from the state that they will not allow us to use our inclusionary zoning and we can only go to the default of 10%?
So from the point that the state changed their guidelines to allow us to exceed the 10% at 80% AMI, it was always contingent upon an economic feasibility analysis. We previously had not been so concerned about that. We have had our inclusionary zoning in place, for some time. We have seen development happen. RKG did a very thorough study in setting the IZ limits, and UTL and Landwise set the zoning based on economic analysis. The issue is, as we have initially where we were proposing for required ground floor commercial in the village centers that we will be submitting to the state was almost entirely VC3. So while there were some villages, Four Corners, Nonantum, that were all VC2, where we were requiring some ground floor commercial, we weren't going to have to justify that. We also initially were not counting any of the areas where we're requiring ground floor commercial. Those rules also changed through the process, and as this has been reduced through the process in committee quite a bit, we now have to count those units. So previously we exceeded the 8330 without counting any of the areas where we require ground floor commercial because we couldn't. Now we can, and we've made so many reductions that we have to. That means the state has to find, based on analysis that's currently being done by MAPC, that it is economically feasible in these areas to have ground floor commercial and apply our inclusionary zoning. What I have heard from the folks at the state who are doing this, who have not finished ours or just starting, but have been doing this for many other communities for the past few months, is that 3 stories with ground floor commercial and inclusionary zoning does not pencil. Now, the assumptions have changed a good bit since 2022. Interest rates have changed, things like that. We're seeing slightly different costs. They don't know at 3.5. Their gut instinct was that it may not work. And if it doesn't work, that means we would not be able to apply our inclusionary zoning. Possibly we would just not be able to apply it in those areas. But they said, if we're going to have the ground floor commercial, if we're going to have the inclusionary zoning, they're not sure 3.5 stories works. They said somewhere other than Newton, they think they're finding you need like 5 full stories or more. So Newton has such a strong market for residential and also for commercial that they are confident that 4.5, 4 full stories will likely work. It's the 3.5 that's on the border, because 3 doesn't, 4 likely does, 3.5 doesn't get you a full upper floor. So we don't know.
Okay, you're using Landwise, and they did say it would work in 22, which was not a great market. Continue to use them. And also, you probably know, is we're not counting all of our first floor retail units as part of the MBTA Communities Act, because we have an excess, because we're only allowed to do 25% of the 8330, and I think the numbers are higher. So
we are counting all of them.
You are? Okay.
We are using all, it's about 2,000. We're using all of them.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next is Councillor Downs. Councillor Downs.
So I'm looking at what's actually on this site and wondering how feasible it would be to save 2 fairly iconic buildings. I mean, interesting buildings, the bank building and the one next to it with the sloped roof, if it's downzoned to VC2, on top of everything else. That one, I have to say, kind of worries me. On the other hand, in the interests of finding something that we can all support and in the interest of compromise, I am inclined to support this at this time, and mostly because I do take planning at its word that we will be monitoring the village center zoning. And if it turns out that this is just not feasible to redevelop at 3.5 stories, that this council, the next council, or the council after that will come back and say, hey, we made a mistake. We should have done it as VC3. So that's where I am on this. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Crossley.
So I want to remember again the degree of compromise that we've already made in committee. As we went through the years, and Ms. Kyra has just explained two things that we worked really hard on to get the state to change. One was so that we could use our inclusionary zoning ordinance instead of just having 10% units at 80%. We could use our 17.5 or up to 20% at 65%. Two, that we can count the units and all the units above retail. Both of those things took an uncountable number of hours and meetings and so forth, and convincing the powers that be that Newton does have a strong market, and so we can be successful at the densities we were looking at. The state, as we knew from the beginning, for across 177 communities, was always very concerned that if it set these levels too high or too low, depending on what we're talking about, for most of the communities, things wouldn't pencil out, and actually that some of the communities would use, requiring higher levels of affordable housing as a way to get no development. So we've tried to take this from a point of view of being, honest and clear and knowing about what our community can support. And I feel as though with these amendments in the hearts of our village centers where we want to have retail, if we don't require retail, what's a village center if it's just all residential? It's quiet. It's not the vibrant village center that we say we want. So I feel like we're getting just way too close to the wire here. And what happens if our analysis fails? Then we can't test these units. Then we can't count these units, or we can't require retail, or we can't have the level of affordable unit requirement that we want. So this is where I think playing this numbers game gets really dangerous for us. I personally would not like to see my city give up, and this is what people on both sides of this issue said so strongly at the very beginning, not to give up what we know works in our city. But we know it works on larger projects, on the MU4s. We don't know that it works on these smaller buildings. So for this reason, it's not arbitrary, but I'm trying to be guided by the work that we've done and what we said we want to have in our village centers, not by doing repetitive math exercises. So I'm sorry, but I cannot support these downzonings right in the heart of Newtonville.
Thank you, Councilor Kelly.
Boy, this one is increasingly tough for me. I was at first opposed to this for reasons that Councilor Crossley just said, but I have been looking at this map and listening to everyone, and as I look at this map, this site is right at a corner, so there are also sight lines and visibility issues. There's VC1 across the street and right next door to it. And for the sake of, shall we call it negotiation and compromise, though I don't ever make decisions based on giving up something just to trade a horse. This site, to me, is more worth going to VC2 than what I anticipate to be the next round of fights, which I'm going to stick to my guns on about not giving up stuff in West Newton Square, where I truly think it should stay VC3. So on this one, I do think, for the sake of the peace and the harmony and the compromise we've been talking about, I would be able to vote for VC2 for this block, and I would like my colleagues to remember this when we go back to West Newton Square.
Thank you. Councilor Lucas?
Thank you, President Albright. I've been listening to the conversations about this amendment, and some folks are worried about it not being profitable, essentially. You can't do 4 stories in this location because it's not profitable. The state may come back and say, you can't zone it VC2 for 4 stories because the developer isn't going to make money. I refuse to believe that. I would have to assume the worst developer in the world can make a project profitable at 4 stories without a single parking requirement. I mean, that is absolutely ridiculous. And when you look across the street on Walnut Street, I think Councilor Kelly, you said VC1, it's VC2. Yeah, mistake. You said 1. That's fine. It's fine. But if you look across the street, you see maybe 3 other parcels that are about the same size as the 5 that are highlighted in blue on the other side of the street. They are the same size. This is a double standard if you're going to hold those small lots on the east side of Walnut Street VC2, but those ones are not profitable on the west side that are going to be VC2. I don't believe that at all. But the main reason I made the other night was the Washington Street Vision Plan says 4 stories. That is a promise that came from this council, from folks sitting on this side of the railing to the folks sitting on that side of the railing. You keep your damn promises.
Next is Councilor Laredo. I'll come back to you, Councilor Gentile.
So on this issue, I appreciate the planning department's efforts to provide us with caution. We are doing a lot of things here, as are other communities, for the first time. We have no crystal ball as to what the state is going to approve or not approve. What we are doing is using reasonable, good faith efforts. And it seems to me we have VC2 all over elsewhere in the city, including on so-called priority streets. We're making a reasonable estimate that this will get approved. We are coming up with a number that's above the minimum, deliberately above the minimum so it gets approved. And we're doing this in a timely fashion. And if for some reason the state doesn't exactly like our plan, or doesn't like Brookline's plan, or doesn't like Lexington's plan, for whatever reasons may be developed by the state, because after all, they're brand new at this, they'll come back to us, they'll tell us, and we can make any necessary adjustments, because we are going to comply. But it seems to me that VC2 is quite reasonable here. It's within the letter and the spirit of the MBTA Communities Act, and I don't think we should be afraid to act in a reasonable fashion, in a good faith fashion, as we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Greenberg.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate Ms. Kyra's explanation about this area and Councilor Crossley's analysis, and I will not support downgrading this.
Thank you. Now, Councilor Gentile. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Gentile. Councilor Wright wanted to speak.
I have a few things I want to make a clarification. Our inclusionary zoning in here is 15% for rentals, and anything at 65%. And depending on the number of units, it goes up with workforce housing, which is at 110%. So the actual 65% is at 15%. For rentals and condos, it's 15%, and then it drops down to 10%, but it makes it up with workforce housing. Also, we have the city has approved 2,500 units already in the last 4 years that haven't been built. That's a 7.5% increase in our housing. And that's yet to come down. Most of it is not in the village centers. One of the things I did vote for Border Street to add 450 units. And so in good faith of compromise, that we would be able to bring it down. Again, most of the voters didn't want more than 8330, and that we just keep adding up. And this is not that many units here. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Councilor Gentile.
Councilor Laredo basically made the point that I wanted to make. I heard what Ms. Kyra said about it's a tough call on whether this will be viewed as economically viable. But my answer to that is, as Councilor Laredo pointed out, if that's the case, my understanding is that the state kicks it back to us and then we take the necessary action to straighten it out, unless I'm missing something. Do we know what the story is there?
Ms. Cara, do you know the process?
I do not. The state has not actually acted on any applications yet.
All right, so it's not in the act of what would happen in that case, and you have no guidance. Okay. Well, I'm going to hang my hat on the fact that they're going to come back and say this does not work, and you need to you need to revise it. And I think that that's what the solution is. So I still think this is the right zoning for the area, and the economic viability question will be resolved. Either it'll be accepted or it'll come back to us to resolve it.
Okay, I think we can vote.
Counselor Baker.
Aye.
Counselor Bowman.
No.
Counselor Crosley.
No.
Counselor Danberg.
No.
Counselor Downs.
Aye.
Counselor Gentile.
Aye.
Counselor Greenberg.
No.
Counselor Grossman.
Aye.
Counselor Humphrey.
No.
Counselor Kalis.
Aye.
Counselor Kelly.
Aye.
Counselor Krinsman.
No.
Counselor Laredo.
Aye.
Counselor Leary.
No.
Counselor Lipoff.
Aye.
Counselor Lucas.
Aye.
Counselor Malachy.
Aye.
Counselor Markowitz.
Aye.
Counselor Noel.
No.
Counselor Norton.
Aye.
Counselor Oliver.
Aye.
Counselor Ryan.
No.
Counselor Wright.
Aye.
President Albright.
Aye.
Motion carries 15 yeas, 9 nays. Excuse me.
Okay. Moving along we're now moving to West Newton. And the next one is, so now wait a minute. So we have to talk about this. We already voted also on West Newton as a block. So are we
Madam President, a 5-minute recess.
5-minute recess? Let's have a 5-minute recess. Please come back. It's 9:46. Please come back in 5 minutes.
it's okay right now. I think there's other things. Sorry? That's okay. It is what it is. Mentality is mentality. I've seen a lot of this during this people in the last couple of years, so I'm sort of like, yeah, whatever. I don't, you know, I've seen people 98, 99, 100 talk with their fine. They don't live much longer after that. They made it that far.
Let's everybody take a seat again. Okay. So Councilor Gentile is going to ask for a motion for renewal. And on the vote that we took on West Newton, it does not, the grand scheme, as I'm calling it, does not include all the lots. So once we finish the ones in your grand scheme, we'll have to go back and re-vote on the ones that were not included. Yes, does that sound, okay.
Okay, at this time, I rise to make a motion to, is renew or renewal? Renew?
Renewal.
A motion to renewal on some lots that were originally voted on in West Newton Square.
So all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Please go ahead. So Councilor Gentile, you can start.
Okay, whatever you think is most efficient, it's probably, I guess, makes sense to take them individually.
Yes, please.
All right, as opposed to a package. See, I'm a big package guy in the spirit of trying to save time, but anyway, I'll do whatever the president wants. So the first of all, there were 3 other areas that were in my original version of the rezoning package. As the president can attest to, I had, and I'll explain it later, but I removed 3 and kept them VC3 in order to hopefully make it more acceptable to people, though I was pretty discouraged to hear Councilor Kelly's recent comment, but that's a story for another day. So the first one is Washington Street from the corner of Elm west towards the brewery. So actually from the corner of Elm. And then that little section that goes down Elm to Border, I was originally going to suggest that be VC2 also, but I decided to just keep that VC3, so that is not part of what is being proposed tonight. It's strictly along Washington Street. And we will need to get, obviously, the addresses and the parcel numbers and verify the units. I didn't want to ask planning to do that unless we knew that there was support for the items. So the proposal here is to reduce it from VC3 to VC2, that one stretch of road.
So we don't know the number of units that would be impacted?
38 units.
38?
Yes. That's an estimate, because I initially had a number for the entire L, but since I'm removing what's on Elm Street, I don't know for sure, so I just use a percentage of what the original number was. So it's in the 35 to 40 unit range.
Okay. Comments on this? No comments.
I mean, I guess I'm just going to make the same comment on all of them. If we put the whole map of Ward 3 up there, I don't think we have to feel, I shouldn't say we, I used to represent the area, so I forget sometimes that it's not we. And I also grew up there, Franklin School, all of that, Trenton Square. Still have property on Adams Ave. So, but if we had the map that was the bright red, you would see that there's a tremendous amount of VC3 proposed in West Newton. And I am suggesting that a modest amount be removed. And primarily, it is along the Washington Street corridor in the center of the village, and it's consistent with the argument that Council Lucas made that In this area, primarily, it was recommended that the structures be no taller than 4 stories. And that's going to be pretty much the reasoning behind all of these suggestions. So I'll sit down in case anybody else wants to comment.
Okay. Councillor Kelly and then Councillor Maliki.
I'm confused about a couple of things here. One is, I'm not sure what comment I made that annoyed you or upset you before, so you can talk to me about that afterwards. I believe, in referencing the Washington Street Vision Plan, that along Washington Street, they were talking about 6 stories. Am I mistaken in this? Okay. So are we going to take this parcel by parcel, or
Yes.
are we?
Yes.
Okay. So I would object to this, and I think that that block rightly should be a VC3 with continuity now with Border Street and with the next block over, which we can get to next. But I think right in the heart of West Newton Square, where we're like basically abutting the Mass Pike and the railroad tracks with no residential neighbors, nobody complaining, that I think some of these properties should absolutely stay VC3.
Yeah, Councillor Downs had her hand raised first, so I'll come to you next, Councillor Maliki. Councillor Downs?
Thank you. I mean, this section is Priority Street. I don't know if that's clear from this map, but Elm along this block and then along Washington Street here is marked as Priority Street for retail. That means first floor retail. If you look at what's already there, the Boston Sports Club is 2 stories. There are a couple of 2 and 2.5 stories across the street. And I would think you'd want to shield the residential neighborhoods behind from the interchange there, the openness of the T parking lot, the roar of the Pike. I think I would prefer to retain VC3 at least in this area, those 2 sections on either side of Elm Street and across the street at Toadies. Again, just to give the West Newton Square a break, to give them the screening from I-90 here.
Okay, thank you. Now, Councillor Maliki.
Thank you. Just to comment on the last point, you don't really need as much height to screen if you're talking about what would be the residential behind it on Border Street because of the height differential, Washington Street being higher than Border Street. But I guess the main point I wanted to make on this and the upcoming parcels is that if you vote against all of these, you're really not getting the message that people want to meet but not grossly exceed the MBTA community's target. And, you know, we just added 400 and something potential units, and we haven't taken a lot out elsewhere. And if we don't take if we're not willing to take out 38 units, 54 units, 90 units, 21, 43 in West Newton, what are we doing? What are we doing to come down to the level of compliance that is acceptable to people? And I personally, you know, it seems like we are getting to West Newton last and everyone's digging in. I kind of resent that West Newton is last, and we've done modifications to Newton Highlands, we've done modifications to Newtonville, and suddenly everyone wants to say no more modifications just because West Newton is last. So thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Oh, Councillor Wright.
Actually, I'd like to point out an interesting fact. I live very close to here, and I have a different path that's directly towards the Pike, but I get the most noise from the Pike off the police station and also off the courthouse. the brick echoes the pike. Anyways, in general, I do want to reduce in the core areas of West Newton down to VC2. This parcel itself, and it's next to VC3 right there, and it's looking across the parking lot into the pike. For compromise, I'm willing to leave it at VC3, but I feel very strongly on a few other ones, lots which are sight lines to iconic and landmark buildings in the square. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Lucas?
Thank you, President Albright. Just looking at the Washington Street Vision Plan for West Newton, 1 to 4 stories for this particular block that we're looking at, Elm Street West on Washington. 1 to 4 stories, Washington Street Vision Plan, adopted 2019, part of the comprehensive plan. It was voted on by this council a couple of years ago. It says 1 to 4 stories. So I don't know why we're going back on it, but.
You all set? Anybody else? Councilor Laredo.
So a couple of observations here. First of all, I appreciate very much Councilor Lucas's reminder about a vision plan that we paid a considerable amount of money for. We tussled a little bit back and forth on, and then we voted and approved it. And if we're going to have plans in this city, and we're going to spend money to have plans, we're going to invest time to have plans, we ought to try to follow those plans and not 2 years later say, well, we didn't really mean that. So I think there's some spirit of what we're trying to tell our residents we want to do when we come up with those plans. But I really rise here because maybe two things. One, the hour's getting late, and I don't expect that we're going to get to all of West Newton this evening. I doubt that. We've been at this now 3.5 hours. But we just finished a very long discussion about the Border Street area, a large area, 400 or so units. And I think many of us, and I'm one of them, acted in good faith with the idea that we would compromise and get to yes. I am not wedded personally to any particular parcel in West Newton Square being VC2 or VC3. I really defer to the Ward 3 councilors and my colleagues from Ward 4, particularly Councilor Gentile, who knows that area so well, as to what their desires are as to each individual parcel. But I'd really urge us to try to work together, respect those views, and come to a compromise. It doesn't mean everything is going to necessarily be the way we choose, but please, let's try to do that so we can tell the folks who are watching us here, watching us at home, and just finished voting in a recent election that we're listening to them and we're trying to work together to get to an end result. So I suggest we speak actually to the multiple parcels here as a whole, rather than trying to go through each one so we can hear what concerns are. And let's try then to come together and reach a consensus as to what we can all make work. And again, as I've said multiple times this evening, it's not going to be perfect, and none of us is going to be completely happy. But if we just keep it all VC3, as it currently is, then I don't think we're engaged in that spirit of compromise. Thank you.
Councilor Gentile. Councilor Gentile, you need to ask for more time.
I barely spoke.
Well, maybe it felt that way.
What are you using up there for a stopwatch?
My iPhone.
All right, 2 minutes, please. I want to give it at least 5. No, I don't want 5. because I'll say something that I'll regret.
Councilor Gentile needs 2 minutes. All those in favor say aye. Please go ahead.
So I have asked not just one or two, I've asked several architects recently about half stories, and they respond the same way. There's no such thing as a half story. 3.5 stories is 4 stories. So I fail to understand why 4 stories at that location, and please look at the roads that are lightly drawn in. If you've been there and you're coming from Washington Street and you're heading east, you know, you gotta navigate before you get to Toadies, go down that hill, and then you got a hairpin turn. It's not the greatest spot. It's tricky. And I guess I'd rather see you run into a 4-story building than a 5-story building. So how's that for rationale? So someone, please, who thinks that this is a bad idea, help me to understand why it has to be 5 stories there and that 4 stories isn't enough, which is what, as Councilor Lucas pointed out, was what was voted on in the Washington Street Vision Plan, because I don't understand the reasoning or the rationale. So please help me out.
I think Mr. Heath would like to have a word with us. Mr. Heath?
I don't know if I'm going to help you out, Councilor Gentile, but I have the bruises from the Washington Street Vision Plan. It really is throughout this corridor and Newtonville a mix of 1 to 4 and 3 to 6 stories. For example, this particular section that we're talking about Elm and Washington, it's got a recommendation of 1 to 4 on the Elm Street side and 3 to 6 on the Washington Street side. The block between Highland and Chestnut, also a mix. It's got 3 to 6 on the Davis Street side. It's got 1 to 4. I think the averages are pretty close to what we're talking about. I'll let you guys kind of sort things out, but it is really in West Newton Square. It's a mix of 3 to 6 and 1 to 4.
Okay, does anyone else? Councilor Greenberg.
Thank you, Madam President. This should remain VC3. The T-stop is directly across the street. This is where we want density. This is where we want more housing. This is especially what we need in our village center. So I do not think it should be downgraded. Thank you.
Councilor Crossley.
Thank you. I'm just wondering if the clerk still has the maps that I provided for the last meeting, so we can all get a visual again. It's hard to remember from meeting to meeting, but I had asked for the comparison between the zoning map and the Washington Street Vision Plan, and we had put it up on the screen. So that would quickly illustrate what Mr. Heath was just saying, is that there really was a mix proposed for this area. Although I also would like to remind folks that the Washington Street Vision Plan is a conceptual document. It is not a promise. It is a conceptual document. There's no zoning attached to it yet. So it was used to get roughly to the same place, but do you have it? Okay, thanks. Oh, there you go.
Do you want to make any comments about it, or you just want us to look at it?
Yes, I was just hoping it would be a quick visual so you can see where the up to 4 stories versus up to 6 stories was laid out.
So what Councilor Gentile is saying to downzone to VC2, which is 4 stories high, is in the pink. So you see the T the T on the right side that's going across the Pike to Elm Street. So his section that he's proposing is in up to 4 stories.
Okay, I think I see no one else, so, Counselor Bowman.
Thank you very much, Madam President. So since we're big on talking about listening to residents, I pulled up a bunch of comments today. I tried to respond to everyone who's written us about this. Lois Biner, I don't know if that's how you say her name, but she lives in West Newton. She wrote us to express her support for VCOD, and she strongly believes we must increase housing availability in Newton and that zoning should include requirements for lower and middle income residents. And she's alarmed by the level of polarization that this has developed in our city, and she hopes we can pull together for a city that welcomes everyone. So certainly down zoning doesn't fit with this one particular West Newton resident's feelings about zoning. The second was a gentleman, Brendan Harris. We've actually heard from him several times, and he has actually even managed to make a meeting, which is hard for him because he does have young kids. He's a new parent, and he knows how hard it is to find affordable and accessible housing. Also, he's also a West Newton resident, if I didn't make that clear. And the high cost of housing is forcing many people he knows to move out of the region or to live in overcrowded or substandard conditions. And he's found it difficult to participate in this process, and most of his friends, because they don't have the luxury to wait in public meetings, and so you might not have heard as much from them. And so few of them are fortunate to even live in Newton. And he's asking us to please to not ignore the needs of the next generation of Newtonites. So for that reason, and I think the excellent reasons we heard from Councilor Greenberg, its proximity to the T, I would not support downzoning this.
Thank you. Councilor Norton.
The first resident you cited is a Newtonville resident. She's been my next door neighbor for 44 years.
Okay, that was very quick. Councilor Maliki.
Yeah, can we get that pair of maps back up again? Thank you. Yeah, so I just like to emphasize again, maybe the color reversal confused people, but what is pink is the 1 to 4 in the upper map, and the blue was the up to 6. The reason for that, leaving the higher heights on the outskirts of the village centers, was to basically preserve more of the village feel in our core village center. And thank you to Councilor Lucas for constantly reminding us about the Washington Street Vision Plan and the fact that it was voted on. And unfortunately, it now seems to be something that our planning director wants to disavow, to the point that any reference to the Washington Street Vision Plan as the source of the Washington Street pilot that we're going to be talking about tomorrow night has now been removed from the slideshow, I'm told. Don't even want to mention the Washington Street Vision Plan. If we're talking about, so look at the map again, we've actually got more of the higher VC3 in the map below than was envisioned in the Washington Street Vision Plan above. We've got the Toadies lot there. The reason for the in the vision plan having the higher height against the Pike was because it was against the Pike, and would serve as sort of a buffer on the parcels north of it, and that's what we would have if we adhered to Councilor Gentile's proposal to take out the lots from VC3 down to VC2. And
Councilor Maliki, you need to ask for more time.
Could I have more time? 30 seconds, I'll guess.
30 seconds. Councilor Maliki would like 30 seconds.
Yeah,
All those in favor.
and where did we get
Say
the
aye. Go.
Somehow people have gotten the idea that if something is not converted from what it is now to, from business use to VC3, and instead is made VC2, somehow we're downzoning it. We're basically upzoning everything. So it's not a downzoning, it's just not doing the extreme case. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Gentile. Councilor Gentile, you need to ask for more time.
1 minute, please.
Councilor Gentile would like a minute. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Please go ahead.
So we were on a good course tonight up until the last half hour. I would ask you to do a couple of things. Please, over the next few days, look at that bottom map and look at the amount of red that is on there. There's too much. It's not fair to West Newton. Secondly, you haven't heard me at any point in any of these discussions mention the word referendum, okay? But if we continue down this path that we're on right now at this time of night, I absolutely guarantee you, you are going to get a referendum. Maybe that's fine with you. I think it's the worst possible thing that can happen to this city. It will be an embarrassment. But mark my words, at this point, you're gonna get a referendum. So this is a good time to adjourn, and I'm gonna move adjournment at this time.
So the adjournment, which should include the words "to be continued on December 4th," if you don't mind.
I move that we adjourn and to continue on December the 4th.
Okay, Councilor Gentile says it's not debatable. I'm consulting with the clerk's office. Okay, then our work here is done for the night. We have, we still have quite a bit to go.
Point of order, President?
Yes.
I didn't realize, can anybody adjourn a meeting at any time? I didn't know I could do that.
Is it not debatable?
It is not debatable.
So I could have been adjourning these meetings for the last 6 years at like 8:30.
Here's the final word. Adjournment is not debatable, but we do have to vote on it.
Yeah, there's a majority vote.
Majority vote?
Yes.
Okay.
So there you go. We have to call the roll.
Counselor Baker. Counselor Bowman.
No.
Counselor Crosley.
No.
Counselor Danberg.
No.
Counselor Downs.
No.
Counselor Gentile. Counselor Greenberg.
No.
Counselor Grossman.
Aye.
Counselor Humphrey.
No. Oops, no.
Thank you. Counselor Kalis.
Aye.
Counselor Kelly.
No.
Counselor Krinsman.
No.
Counselor Laredo.
Aye.
Counselor Leary.
No.
Counselor Lipoff.
No.
Counselor Lucas.
No.
Counselor Maliki. Aye. Counselor Markowitz.
Aye.
Counselor Noel.
Oh, gosh. I like sleep. Aye.
Counselor Norton.
Aye.
Counselor Oliver.
Aye.
Counselor Ryan.
Aye.
Counselor Wright.
Aye.
President Albright.
No.
Motion fails with 11 yeas, 13 nays.
Okay. Councilor Norton.
Are we back to talking about the item, or are we talking about something else?
We're talking about this item, which we were about to, we didn't vote on it yet, right? We talked
Can
about
we
this
call the
item, I
question?
think. Pardon? Who said that?
Can we call the question? Counselor Downs.
Councilor Downs has called the question.
Yeah, I was kind of about
Yeah,
to gearing up to
Before
say
Councilor
something.
Downs, I hope that we had some, the thrust of, I thought, the motion, the failure was to allow a little more discussion on this item, and I hope that Councilor Downs might let us have a little bit more conversation.
So Councilor Downs, Councilor Norton had asked to speak before you did that anyway, so.
That's fine.
I know that there was a small theme of reading messages from constituents. This one is from West Newton. West Newton is getting screwed on the number of additional units relative to the size of the community versus other parts of the city. But that ship has mostly sailed. Best action possible now, zone Border Street VC3 where they want, and fight like heck for VC2 in the rest of the village center. People should just come drive through West Newton anytime within 3 hours of rush hour. I do it 46 times a day, depending on how many activities I'm shuttling kids to. It's an ever-loving mess right now. Many of the people who were most organized in the last election are based in West Newton. So I really don't think we should be cavalier about the vote at this point if we really do take seriously the goal of avoiding a very divisive and negative and embarrassing referendum.
Councilor Kaler, Councilor Downs, we have a few people in the room who would like to speak.
All right, but let's try to adjourn shortly, please.
I see two people who would like to speak.
I'll be brief.
Okay.
I want to associate myself with Councilor Norton. I think she just articulated it well. I have to say I'm so shocked and kind of beside myself that Councilor Bowman would read constituent letters. I mean, we just had an election. More people voted for those who did not want to go over the 8330 than the others. What don't you get about that? I would support moving this to VC2. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Oliver, you're next.
Great, thank you, Madam President. I'm actually kind of curious to know if Councilor Norton was actually editing that text you got, because the couple I've been getting tonight and before even coming here tonight, there were some four-letter words in the ones that I was getting. 2,700 units are what we're looking at here. This is an ocean of red on this map. We just added a couple hundred more along Border Street. And I think we all unanimously agree that Border Street is a logical place to upzone. But as Councilor Maliki just pointed out, everywhere we have a blue box is upzoning. I'm also going to point out, if you can like zoom out on this a little bit, assuming you've got yeah, thank you. Those radii there, those circles, I forget who mentioned it a few minutes ago, but that's the area that the state is saying that's where they want the housing. Not just directly across the street, not around the corner, but everywhere inside that circle. And I think by extension, it's actually the other circle we can barely see, which is half mile. At the end of the day, folks, 2,700 units in this ocean of red, I've said it before, and I really still mean it, it's punitive. This is crazy. Look at this. You can barely get through West Newton Square today, let alone what this is going to bring in 5, 10, 15 years. However long we think it's going to take to really start seeing significant transformation. So let's pick and choose our places, but by God, pick them. We cannot leave West Newton the way it is currently showing on that screen. That's mean, it's wrong, and it's wrong. I guess I'm out of words. Thanks.
Okay. Councilor Baker, did you have your hand up on this one?
Yes, I voted against adjournment because I thought we ought to clear the air on this. I hope people will think seriously about adopting the VC2. The point, I think, is worth reiterating. We're not talking about just bare ground. We're talking about redevelopment. And this is an opportunity, it seems to me, to shape the redevelopment in a way that gives some context and variability. I voted in favor of the Border Street piece because the case was made to me, and I thought persuasively, that this was an appropriate place to have a higher level of density, and indeed it would facilitate repairing the problem that we heard about. But I've also been persuaded that this is a particular area that is more appropriate for a more modest upzoning. So I hope that colleagues will look at each of these parcels and think about ways to make this work so that we can get to a solution that does get us to a compromise that people can adopt.
Okay, I think we are, Councilor Bowman, did you, oh, Councilor Leary, okay?
Thank you, Madam President. One of the reasons why I voted not to adjourn Councilor Gentile is because I didn't think there was peace and harmony happening right then and there. And I didn't want to leave it on a negative tone like that. And I also wanted to let you know that I am very willing to compromise in West Newton Square. But the threat of a referendum won't, that's not gonna make me change my mind. It's what I think is best for the village and how to best balance our needs and also to compromise with my colleagues. I just don't happen to think that that particular area, you know, at the edge of the village, right across from the T, not abutting any residential is the best place to change it to VC2. But some of your proposals I've been looking at, especially the Washington Street Davis Hotel block, the CVS and gas station, I would be much more willing to consider VC2. So I just wanted to let you know that I'll be giving it some thought for our next meeting, because I would like to get, as you said, closer to the 24-0. I do think if we can get some unity on the council, that will help us be successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Markowitz.
Thank you, Madam President. Yeah, I won't say anything much more than what's already been said. I'm going to align myself, though, with the sentiment that I think there's just a bit too much in that area. I don't know how you can absorb that, you know, and I do think numbers are relevant. I mean, they're referential. You know, can you predict an exact number? But my God, everything we've been doing in here has involved numbers on every side, every dimension of this, so they are relevant to the conversation, I think. But, you know, I remember looking back at the Hello Washington Street document and seeing many, many thousands of units at that time, you know, included in that booklet. And I still have a copy of it. I saved it. It's going to be available. Anyone wants it. Otherwise, it's going to go on eBay, where I'm sure it will fetch a, because it is the copy that has the numerical projections in it that were subsequently removed in a subsequent edition. But I'm just going to align myself with the folks who think that we have to scale this down a little bit. I also want to make kind of a side comment here about Border Street, and this would be the north side. I didn't say anything about this, and I'm, again, willing to let it go, spirit of compromise, all that, which I honestly do believe in. But, you know, that's a VC2. If that actually was developed as a VC2, and I don't know that it would be, because those are actually pretty shallow lots, and I'm very familiar with this. I live right up the street. You've got basically two-family houses, mostly along that part of Webster Street. They're going to have 50-foot tall buildings right in back of them, and then across the street from that, you're going to have another scale up. So it just seems a pretty rapid transition to a lot of density, a lot of units, and I think we have to look at ways to make it make more sense. And whoever said, it might have been Councilor Leary, I don't know, but if we can actually achieve somehow, as we assign these units, more assurance of a diversity of heights and building sizes in there as we go parcel by parcel, then that I think would be much more acceptable. But right now, it looks like you could have canyons there, and that would be, you know, my concern. Same concern I'll have for Auburndale when we get to it. I don't want to see canyons, and I think we can open ourselves up to that. You know, given whatever market opportunity exists when this is developed, but I think that's a very real possibility. We can't predict it. You know, someday interest rates will come back down again, and a lot of the people who've been somnolent in in the last couple of months, the last year or so, they're going to be back. And, that capital will push for, a maximum return in these areas, and we could see some pretty significant buildings there. So I just want to make sure we don't fall into that. Recognizing it should be developed, there is clearly opportunity there. Someday there may be more than 14 trains a day that actually stop in the Newton stations, because I think that's the total number that stop right now. So on that bet, yeah, sure, let's allow something there, but let's be reasonable about it. And we'll have more to say, I guess, next week. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Grossman.
Thank you. I wanted to pose a question through you to Councilor Gentile, because I feel pretty similarly to what Councilor Leary said. I am interested in compromise on these different parcels. It's a little unfortunate, actually, to me that we started with this one, because I am compelled by the sort of location and what's across from it, and a little bit more height on this particular one. And I guess what I'm asking is, could you say another word about why you chose this one and maybe some of the others, and its relative importance, this particular one versus some of the others? And that's one of the reasons I voted for adjournment. I also did not like where the tone and tenor of the conversation was going. And I think I feel that there's more interest in compromise than maybe you were sensing as we were getting to that motion to adjourn moment. And I just wondered if maybe you could help me out on this.
So the short and simple answer is, in order to, because I was sympathetic to Border Street, and I felt at some point it was going to be added back in. So in order to do that, I felt with the numbers that Councilor Oliver mentioned, how many units are in a small area in West Newton, needed to find some areas that could be downzone. I had a list basically of everything that was in the village square, all right, or the village center. It's not a square. And originally there were like 9 properties, and my suggestion was to just downzone all of them to VC2. It picked up, 250, 275 units. It reduced that many, offset by the 450. And so that was the thinking. President and I had some discussions. I was convinced to maybe not try to reduce all of the VC3 in that area, but if you look on the other side, there's a ton of VC3. So I left Toadies untouched, which is VC3, the church, which is VC3, Davis Street, which is behind the Santander Bank. I originally had that to be reduced. I left that as VC3. And a certain section of Washington Street to Highland. Originally, I had that all downzoned, and the proposal here now is to split it up. Some of it's VC2, but some of it remains VC3. So that's really how we came to all of this. It was those areas that were left VC3, to me, made the most sense if we were going to have VC3 in those areas. We're still not getting even close to the 450 units that we added back earlier tonight. If someone has a better idea of where to downsize, I'd be open to it, but it was simply trying to get down to a more reasonable number, especially in the heart of the square. And I guess from day one, I've been puzzled why one story is so important to people that they fight so hard on that one story. 4 versus 5, 3.5 versus 4.5, instead of saying, you know what, probably not a big deal at the end of the day. Why don't we just do this and move along, and get a strong vote? Not a threat. I've been trying to avoid a referendum. I don't believe in the referendum. I don't need the work, okay? I'm just letting you know the path that we're on right now is definitely going to lead to a referendum. I understand you would see what I said as a threat. I apologize for that, but I think that we all need to understand where we are and where we're headed. And I'm just asking you to think about that. Doesn't matter what I want. There were a lot of people that worked hard in the election, and they want to make sure that they were heard. And this is not doing it. We're adding and adding, but we're not balancing it off. Thank you for the extra time.
Okay. See, I didn't make you get more time for that.
Thank you.
Can we move to adjourn, Madam President?
Well, no, I think we need to vote before we go. Do you is that what you, I mean, we're ready to vote now. Don't you want to get this vote done?
I'll withdraw the motion.
Thank you. Yeah, just on the one parcel, and then we'll pick up from there at our next meeting. So can we call the roll?
Counselor Baker.
Aye.
Counselor Bowman.
No.
Counselor Crossley.
No.
Counselor Danberg.
No.
Counselor Downs.
Aye.
I'm sorry, was that an aye? Thank you.
That was.
Thank you. Counselor Gentile. Aye. Counselor Greenberg.
No.
Counselor Grossman.
Aye.
Counselor Humphrey.
No.
Counselor Kalis.
Aye.
Counselor Kelly.
No.
Counselor Krinsman.
Aye.
Counselor Laredo.
Aye.
Counselor Leary.
No.
Counselor Lipoff.
Aye.
Counselor Lucas.
Aye.
Counselor Maliki.
Aye.
Counselor Markowitz.
Aye.
Counselor Noel.
No.
Counselor Norton.
Aye.
Counselor Oliver.
Sorry. Aye.
Counselor Ryan.
No.
Counselor Wright.
Aye.
President Albright.
Aye.
Motion carries 15 yeas, 9 nays.
Okay. Now, would you like to move adjournment?
I most certainly would, Madam President. Motion to adjourn till our December 4th meeting.
Thank you very much.
Aye.
I think